Everyone, we have quorum for today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. Welcome for this meeting on Wednesday, July 10th, 2024. This committee is being convened in person and by electronic means as authorized under Part 14 of the Procedure Bylaw, City of Vancouver Electronic Meetings. As such, committee members and the public may participate in person or by electronic means. If a committee member attending by electronic means loses connection during the voting process, team members are available to get you back online quickly while the voting process is suspended. The team members' contact information has been circulated to you. Video of the committee members speaking, presentations, and vote results will be projected on the live stream when available. Committee members are reminded in accordance with Section 1413 of the Procedure Bylaw, members must enable their video to confirm quorum. In case of an emergency where we need to evacuate the building, I would like to direct your attention to the exits. There are 2 exits beyond the glass doors and to the left. If the glass doors are obstructed, please direct your attention to the 4 exits in this chamber. Please use the stairs, not the elevator. I would also like to highlight that there is a defibrillator located at the end of the hallway outside of the council chamber. We acknowledge that we are on the unceded homelands of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh people. We thank them for having cared for this land and look forward to working with them in partnership as we continue to build this great city together. I also want to take a moment to recognize the immense contributions of the City of Vancouver's team members who work hard every day to help make our city an incredible place to live, work, and play. Clerk, may we please have roll call?
Yes. Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young has a leave of absence for this morning until 1:30 today. Councillor Dominato also has a leave of absence for personal reasons until noon today. Councillor Bly, are you on WebEx? I understand she's initiating her WebEx.
Yes, I'm here. I'm here. Thank you very much, Tina.
Okay, thank you. Councillor Boyle has a leave of absence for personal reasons all day. Councillor Fry. And Councillor Clausen is in the chair. Councillor Montague.
Present.
Councillor Meisner. And Councillor Joe.
Present.
The meeting has quorum, Chair Clausen.
Thank you very much. Any comments on agenda items can be sent to the committee using the web form on the city's website. The link for that form will be posted on X at Van City Clerk. I also want to note the City of Vancouver's long-standing commitment to equity, diversity, and inclusion, including the utmost respect for all genders. I remind the committee that when addressing speakers and the city's team members, we will avoid using gendered honorifics, and we will instead to refer to the person by first and last name, role, or title. Today we have 6 reports. The plan for today is to break for noon at lunch, then return at 1 p.m. to continue to deal with the remainder of the agenda. If needed, recess at 5 p.m. for a dinner break and reconvene at 6 p.m. to complete the agenda. If the meeting does not finish today, then we will reconvene next Tuesday, July 16th, 2024 at 3 p.m. The committee will now consider matters adopted on consent. Sure we see here. We have reports 2, 3, 5, and 6 on the consent agenda for the committee's consideration. We will hold report 1 to hear from speakers. The committee may adopt the recommendations for reports 2, 3, and 5, and 6 on consent. Does any member wish to hold any of the consent items for debate or questions to team members? Very good. All in favor? Opposed? That carries. Thanks very much. Okay. Does any member wish to?
Chair, just a point of personal privilege. I wasn't able to. I'm not able to connect to Crestron at this very instant, so I would like a vote of assist in favor, please.
Okay. Thank you. Okay. Does any member wish to?
Chair, it's Councillor Kirby-Young. Can I also have the same as a vote assist in favor?
Okay. Thanks very much. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. All right. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on the consent items? I guess I should have asked that earlier. We have reports. Okay. Second here, reports and read back. Okay, the following have been approved on consent. Procedure bylaw update in response to new provincial legislation, Bill 18. 2024 annual inflationary rate adjustment to development cost levies and community amenity contribution targets. Contract award for PS2 230296 ENG RFP supply and delivery vocational truck chassis, and contract award for supply and delivery of water meters and water meter assemblies. Okay, so now we will go on to reports. Number one is the citywide development guidelines, early actions, public view, solar access, and residential tower for floor plates. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, so this item has a presentation. We have team members here to present this item. Welcome. Just one moment, I'll get your mic on.
Slide deck here.
There you go. And cover slides. Thanks very much. Go right ahead, Josh.
Before we begin, we acknowledge that the City of Vancouver is situated on the unceded traditional territories of the Musqueam Indian Band, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh nations. I'm Josh White, General Manager, Planning, Urban Design, and Sustainability, and myself and Jason Olenek will provide a brief introduction to this item. We have a lot of ground to cover. Council, the policies that guide and shape our city are a reflection of our values. In Vancouver, when we're talking about policies that influence our connection to our surroundings, or when we're talking about how we enjoy our public space, these are policies linked to the city's identity and quality of life. Similarly, policies that speak to our ability to grow and house more people and ways in which we can help address the challenging housing situation we're in are linked to our values. So when we evaluate policies like what's in front of you today, what we are trying to do is align with those values we care about. In most policies, we are trying to achieve multiple objectives at the same time. And so this requires us to thoughtfully evaluate and adjudicate trade-offs. What you have in front of you today represents values-driven recommendations and a pragmatic approach that we believe achieves multiple objectives. Policies and guidelines that reinforce the livability and vitality of our city and our communities and our connection to our natural surroundings, and enables more housing to help address our housing crisis and future projects in service of economic development. This balance is what we believe Council asks us to seek through this work and is what we believe we are delivering today. Another priority we have is to make our processes better and make our policies simpler and clearer so that we can more easily work toward these important city building outcomes. Through this work, we will take a complex and convoluted web of 2,200 plus pages of guidelines and policies into being a simpler, clearer, and user-friendly guideline. This is one key step in moving our planning system, aligned with Council's goals, toward a future state of regulatory simplicity and clarity. The recommendations in front of you are a set of early actions. Additional actions and refinements via future planning processes will continue to build upon these early actions over time. Next, Jason Olenek will outline the elements of the presentation we will walk through with you today. Thank you.
Thanks, Josh. Hello, Mayor and Council. Can I just confirm our presentation is up and running okay? Are we able to see it?
We're just on the agenda page right now for the slides. Is
Okay.
there another, should we?
Yep, that's correct. Yeah. Okay, thanks. I'm going to have a quick word on the scope and structure of this report. This presentation is a little bit longer than maybe most of the reports we see. There's a lot of content. We'll try to go quickly, but it's hard to simplify the content that we have. These are early actions. It's a little bit of fixing the airplane while it's flying, if you will. The report is part of a more comprehensive project to overhaul and modernize the city's built form guidelines entirely. As a starting point, there are two council motions. They were the natural place to start. Broadly speaking, they direct staff to explore amendments to 3 policies. I'm going to run through those really quickly. The residential tower floor plate sizes, solar access, and view cone policies. All of this work is in support of unlocking new housing, economic opportunities, and hotel space. Residential tower floor plate size. Floor plate size is broadly the area or typical area of the average tower floor. It's a measure or a comparison of how big or bulky a tower might be, and there are a number of ways it's adopted across the city. This policy has considerable flexibility or discretion built into it, as it's written, for the council, the development permit board, and the director of planning. This report clarifies for now how this is administered. There's more work to be done, though, and the next steps are noted in the report. Solar access. Solar access means managing shadows created by development on public parks and other public open spaces. The most common approach to this has been to set a date and time range where no new shadows will be cast onto those spaces. In Vancouver, over the decades, this has evolved into at least 15 distinct and separate adopted policies. What staff are proposing in this report is to consolidate the majority of these into a single citywide approach, excluding downtown. The next step will be to address downtown with a more advanced and innovative analytical approach. By applying a single industry-tested approach now, the hope is to give certainty and clarity to the public and the industry over about 85% of the city, while more complex work with targeted engagement unfolds going into next year. Third, view cones. As most of us know, Vancouver's protected public views, or view cones, are a defining element of Vancouver's identity. They can be appreciated from public spaces throughout the city. In this report, staff identify views which may be considered obsolete, compromised, or in some way no longer functional. The focus is to better align with current and emerging city priorities. Technical reviews include extensive field verification and documentation, as well as development capacity modeling where possible. The key takeaway is that these recommendations strike a balance between supporting critical growth and development while ensuring Vancouver continues to be a livable, equitable, and vibrant community. To summarize the recommendations, these are early actions as part of a comprehensive modernization project. They reflect emerging development contexts and priorities of the city. They support streamlining the approvals process, and they include next steps and priorities to be accomplished in the near term. The comprehensive citywide development guideline is scheduled for council later next year, and that hopefully kicks off in earnest after today. Thank you, and now Kevin Spans, Senior Planner and Project Lead, will walk us through staff's recommendations and analysis, including each proposed change to the view cones. Kevin?
Thank you, Jason. Thanks, Josh. Before I begin, I think I'd like to ask for a moment for clerks to help get the screen to full screen. There are quite a few images in this presentation. I think we can work with this. That's fine. Thank you. Speaking up, sorry.
You're speaking up. Can we have 1 minute, please?
We're having a bit of a technical issue on our side.
Okay, we'll just get our technical issues sorted and come right back on.
Thank you, Mr. Chair and Council. I mean, we've only been doing this for, what, 5 or 6 years, so we're still learning. Thanks, Josh and Jason. Good morning, Mr. Chair and Council. Next slide, please. As Josh and Jason said in their intros, these early actions make up the first steps of a larger project to modernize the city's development guidelines and reinforce the meaningful urban design principles that have helped to shape the Vancouver we know and love today, while also supporting 3331 framework for process improvements and to streamline housing delivery in important growth areas. The project is referred to as the Citywide Development Guidelines. Next slide, please. The Citywide Development Guidelines endeavors to consolidate over 2,200 pages of urban development guidelines and policies into a single, more user-friendly and streamlined document. This follows in the footsteps of a number of world-leading cities, including Melbourne, Portland, Copenhagen, and others. This project isn't intended to undo the meaningful work that's gone into making Vancouver the incredible place it is. Rather, it ensures that our city building values are clearer and easier to understand and more consistently implemented. Along with the early actions, staff have prepared recommendations for next steps to be undertaken as part of other planning projects, including the Citywide Development Guidelines. Over the preceding months, we will be monitoring new applications and assessing their compliance with these guidelines and the impacts of these guidelines. Next slide, please. The early actions respond to 2 council motions from October 2023, both of which direct staff to review existing policies to identify opportunities to support housing and economic development. Next slide. I'll now take us through each of the early actions, beginning with residential tower floor plates. Next slide, please. Several factors work together to determine how large a residential tower floor plate can be, which, on a typical Vancouver lot of 150 by 120 feet, works out to between 6,000 and 7,500 square feet. Next slide, please. Or, pardon me. Previous slide, please. This diagram shows some of those variables, including site considerations like lot area, zoning parameters such as density and max height, livability requirements such as tower separation and unit layouts, and technical considerations such as building efficiency and number of elevators needed to serve the building's population. As a general principle, the city prioritizes strong, tall, slender residential towers as these provide the best balance for all recommended requirements in most areas of the city. Next slide, please. The residential tower floor plate maximums referred to throughout city policy documents and guidelines are a rule of thumb, determined through years of application review, modeling, and testing. Staff review as part of the early actions work shows that between 80 and 85% of applications meet the anticipated floor plate sizes. However, flexibility is important and is applied in response to different site conditions and some evolving building standards that put pressure on the efficiency of building design. As a general rule, applying a flexibility margin of 10 to 15% is enough to resolve any potential issues, and this includes recent testing on changes to the Vancouver Building Bylaw. Our research shows that developments significantly exceeding this margin are rare. In some cases, these proposals are not compliant with other principal policies and regulations. However, in others, such as many projects in the Broadway Plan area, providing extra flexibility supports delivery of important community amenities and affordable housing. Defining anticipated tower floor plate sizes in policy documents informs applicants of what the tested standard form of development is as they start to shape their proposals. At this time, we are not recommending any consequential amendments to existing policies and guidelines. However, we have reinforced the importance of flexibility with our staff teams, and as we develop the citywide development guidelines, we can consider the best ways to express this guideline and ensure that it is consistent with evolving building and development realities. Next slide, please. Building shadows and solar access. Vancouver is a temperate oceanic climate city with comfortable spring and fall seasons. This means that the city's public outdoor spaces, especially places with ample access to sunlight, get more use in the shoulder seasons than other Canadian cities. Access to sunlight encourages pedestrian activity in commercial areas, extends sidewalk patio season, and improves people's sense of well-being. Recent studies by Vancouver Coastal Health and other health organizations show that sunny public spaces can also help to counteract feeling of isolation in urban areas. But balancing access to sunlight and growing the city requires building shadow standards that are tailored to the characteristics not just of the city, but of individual subareas. Next slide, please. Approximately 85% of the city's development parcels and parks are oriented on a north-south, east-west grid. As the sun moves across the sky, it interacts with each of these sites in the same way, and the shadows cast by buildings of any form are easily predicted. Despite this, there are currently 15 solar access policies, 14 of which have received council approval, and most of which apply to areas with the same general orientation. These also vary significantly from policy to policy. Next slide, please. Recommendation C brings forward a new solar access guidelines for areas outside of downtown that takes shadow impact policies of the recently adopted Broadway plan and applies them across approximately 85% of the city, along with consequential amendments to 9 community plans, policy statements, and guidelines as outlined here. This approach approves predictability and is tested to have nominal impact on potential developments. In the Broadway plan area, for example, 95% of development sites are unimpacted by these requirements, and a good portion of the remainder are covered by the flexibility built into the policy. These guidelines reinforce the city's commitment to great public spaces, especially our celebrated parks, which our comprehensive research have shown get the most use between the hours of 10 a.m. and 4 p.m. Administration of these standards in relation to public parks will include review by both planning and park staff. Next slide, please. However, downtown has different economic, geographic, and social and development complexities than most other areas of the city, and requires a more nuanced approach. Applying a one-size-fits-all standard can be punitive to development while also not adequately responding to the needs of the relevant public spaces. As part of the greater citywide development guidelines project, staff will be undertaking a comprehensive review of the solar access in the downtown neighborhoods and will come forward with a new, balanced approach modeled after the work of other great temperate oceanic climate cities, such as London and Melbourne. This may include development sun budgeting for parks, introducing parametric modeling and open data processes. Next slide, please. Public views. The North Shore Mountains have had cultural significance in the region for generations. In Squamish oral tradition, the twin peaks of the two sisters are an immortal reminder of the peace treaty between the Squamish and the Haida nations. European settlers, reminded of the Landseer lions at the base of Nelson's Column in Trafalgar Square in London, referred to these peaks as the Lions. Maintaining unobstructed landmark views of the North Shore Mountains was first mentioned in the 1930 Bartholomew Plan. But it wouldn't be until the 1970s and 80s that the city would explore the placemaking principle of public view corridors in earnest. In 1989, Council approved the View Protection Guidelines, shaping development in the downtown and central neighborhoods around 21 public views. Between 1990 and 2023, these views have evolved to respond to changing demands, but have remained an important part of Vancouver's civic image. Next slide, please. Public views are made up of 3 elements: a view origin point, a view subject, and a view cone. Multiple views from the same origin point form a view grouping. In this case, in the list here, but not the image, great planning there, is the view grouping is views 3 Queen Elizabeth Park. Each of the public views has a view reference number, a reference map, and a reference photo. It's important to note that, and it's sometimes a bit confusing, Council is not approving a photo of a view, but rather the experience of a view in situ. However, it's difficult to replicate the experience of a person viewing a view in photo. However, staff trained to use a professional grade camera take these photos with the focal length adjusted properly, and these photos are then reviewed in place by senior staff. The recommended amendments to each of the views are detailed in Appendix B. Council may elect to support all of the amendments as recommended, or may bring forward motions to sever individual views or make amendments to the recommended updates by referring to the relevant view reference number. Next slide, please. There are currently 38 public views originating from 18 view origin points. Approximately 15% of the city's development parcels fall under a public view. Next slide, please. Following consolidation, amendment, and limited removal, the revised public views guidelines includes 24 public views from 16 origin points. I'll note here that we are not currently recommending adding any public views. However, public views can be assessed as part of other planning projects or as directed by council, and consequential amendments can be made to the public views guidelines. Following these amendments, each of the origin points will be located in locations with busy pedestrian activity and will all be universally accessible. Next slide, please. Staff assessment of each of the public views included a condition review and an analysis of the potential impacts of each view may have on housing and economic development in major growth areas. Next slide, please. High-level analysis indicates that an estimated 15 million square meters to 20 square meters of development capacity may result from the recommended amendments over a 100-year period. A more reasonable development scenario would assume that between 5% and 25% of relevant sites would develop in the next 30 years, meaning between 750,000 and 5 million square meters of additional development capacity linked to these amendments. This translates into an estimated 15,000 to 75,000 additional housing units into what are current boundaries of view cones. Next slide, please. This diagram places each of the recommended amendments on a scale of order of magnitude and help to identify priority changes. As this slide shows, the amendments made to the Lower Queen Elizabeth Park public views result in more potential for growth than all of the other changes combined. Next slide, please. We're now going to take a look at some example amendments. As soon as I can get back to my speaking notes. The Lower Queen Elizabeth Park views to the city skyline in the downtown east side cross large areas of the Broadway Plan residential areas and the King Edward TOA. Removing these public views while continuing to protect the beloved views of the mountains has the potential to deliver as much additional floor area and housing as the rest of the recommendations combined. The result of this change will be a layered skyline, with new housing and office development in the foreground, adding additional context to the skyline in the mountains. I'll note here that the Broadway Plan and other policies already permit encroachment into these lower view boundaries, and 3.2.4a has a number of pre-existing encroachments. These changes reinforce the balance we've endeavored to strike with this work, supporting redevelopment in enabled growth areas while securing public views for future generations. Next slide. There are a number of secured rental applications located within the view cone boundaries of 3.1 and 3.2.4a that are otherwise compliant with the Broadway Plan, but which are substantially impacted by these public views. For example, compliance with these lower views reduces the number of rental housing units at this proposal at 25 to 45 East 12th Avenue by approximately 145 rental units. That would be equivalent to 30 below market rental units. Next slide, please. Public View 20 is a great example of how a view can evolve to respond to the changing urban context while continuing to maintain a strong connection with the primary view subjects. The Sanok development, under the authority of the Squamish Nation, defines a new west boundary. The east boundary, which currently protects a shoulder mountain view, is redrawn to respond to the mid-rise redevelopment enabled by the Broadway plan that will support the economic viability of Granville Street. Next slide, please. This image shows the new public view cone boundaries. However, that doesn't mean that everything outside of these boundaries will be infilled. Instead, this view will have buildings of a variety of heights contributing to a layered urban context. Next slide, please. In two instances, Chocolate Park and Laurel Land Bridge, all of the public views from the origin point were determined to be substantially compromised enough to be removed completely from the list of public views. In assessing these views, staff also undertook a comprehensive on-site study to determine if other accessible origin points could be identified. In the case of Laurel Land Bridge, there were no reasonable alternative origin points within the public realm. In the case of Chocolate Park, some of the protected views could be maintained from the park's lower terrace. However, this space is not universally accessible, and staff do not recommend limiting development to protect views that can't be enjoyed by everyone, no matter their ability. Next slide, please. Staff recommendations include criteria for major downtown development sites to be exempted from select public views, including site area, delivery of housing, and others. These criteria will allow the cities to start working closely with the development industry and the community on some of the most important redevelopments in the downtown peninsula. These are landmark sites that will make meaningful contributions to the culture and vibrancy of downtown, will support economic growth, and will have the potential to boost our civic image on the world stage. These criteria are strategically specific so that applicants, city staff, and the community can maintain focus on a very select number of proposals. However, as planning work continues in downtown and staff undertake work on the citywide development guidelines and other planning programs, additional amendments to the public views guidelines or amendments to the higher buildings policy may be identified. These would be brought forward to council for consideration along with the relevant planning program. Next slide, please. The following slides detail modernization recommendations starting with the Alder Terrace view. Amending the right view cone boundary centers the mountain view, Mount Seymour Peaks in the field of view. While this change isn't directly linked to known major redevelopments, it has the potential to support additional housing on select Expo Chinatown TOA redevelopment sites. Next slide, please. The Laurel Land Bridge views, as discussed, are substantially obstructed by mature vegetation, and there are no accessible alternative points. They are being recommended for removal. I'll note that we assessed this view along with park staff and have determined that the vegetation is part of the park plan and they do not recommend removal or trimming. Removing the Laurel Land Bridge public views may result in a 30-year estimate of between 215 and 1,100 additional housing units otherwise limited by the view cone boundaries. Next slide, please. Views E1 and E3 are also recommended for removal in support of civic district development and other major known downtown development sites. Removing public view E1 may result in between 450 and 2,000 additional housing units over a 30-year period. Removing public view E3 will enable greater design flexibility around the anticipated civic district, which is significantly limited by this particular view. However, staff are recommending no changes to public view K from the Drake Street Seawall Plaza, which both offers unobstructed views of this beloved landmark building and also shapes building massing in the Civic District so that the public can continue to enjoy prominent incidental views of City Hall while crossing Canby Bridge and moving around the city. Next slide, please. The remaining Canby Bridge views, 2.1 and 2.2, are recommended to be consolidated with boundaries revised to reflect approved redevelopments in Northeast Falls Creek. These recommendations may result in between 200 and 1,000 additional housing units in known development sites. Next slide, please. This shows the current view E2.2, which is to be removed and consolidated with E2.1. Next slide, please. The Chocolate Park views, like those at Laurel Landbridge, are significantly compromised by mature trees and are recommended for removal. As I noted previously, there are no universally accessible alternative origin points within the public right-of-way. This change may result in between 160 to 775 additional housing units in known growth areas in southeast False Creek and downtown. Next slide, please. The changes to views G1.1 and 1.2 rationalize the view boundaries and help remove barriers to the delivery of non-market housing in the downtown east side. Next slide, please. The views at Creekside Park are an example of public views that are currently obstructed, but, next slide, which can be restored by relocating the origin point. Staff also recommend redrawing the view cone boundaries to maintain unobstructed frame views while supporting potential future growth. This is a good example of how reference images can appear zoomed in, but which are adjusted to match the focal length of human eyesight. With this change, there may be an increase of approximately 100 to 500 additional housing units in anticipated growth areas and known development sites. Next slide, please. As we've discussed, removing Lower Queen Elizabeth Park public views supports Broadway Plan and TOA compliant rental developments, including affordable rental. These changes are linked to areas of the city with the greatest known, enabled, and anticipated growth over the next 30 years. Approximately 7,700 to 40,000 additional housing units may be achieved following these amendments, many of which are expected in the near short term and are already enabled by the Broadway Plan. These amendments will add a new layer to urban context of this incredible vista, with mid and high-rise buildings forming a second skyline in the foreground. The early actions work, next slide, please. The early actions work focuses primarily on meaningful changes to support housing supply and doesn't include a comprehensive review of the Upper Queen Elizabeth Park views, particularly in relation to urban development on the North Shore beyond our public view boundaries. Any review of these upper views would be undertaken as part of a relevant planning program such as the citywide development guidelines and would include public engagement. Next slide, please. Consolidating the Cambie Street views and relocating the origin point to near the Broadway City Hall station supports Broadway Plan redevelopment in the Civic District. Next slide, please. This is an image showing the current view 9.2.1 and 9.2.2 taken from the middle of Cambie Street. Next slide, please. And it also introduces an unobstructed view to the Two Sisters and ensures that the mountains remain a placemaking feature of this busy, universally accessible location. Between 950 and 4,500 additional housing units may be achieved with these amendments. I've kept this image here to show that what not adjusting the focal length of a view looks like. However, the mountain views, as anybody will have seen today, are very prominent from this viewpoint. Next slide, please. The dynamic views from Granville Bridge are recommended for removal in support of rationalized policy frameworks. Public View 12.2, looking north down Granville Street, is being recommended for review as part of the ongoing Granville Street planning project. Removing Dynamic View 12.1, which is 3 separate cones, may result in 180 to 900 additional housing units. Next slide, please. Public View 20 at the intersection of Granville Street and West Broadway is an important backdrop to the Granville Village High Street. Redrawing the boundaries to respond to the Sonok development and developments within the FGBC subarea of the Broadway Plan on the east side of the street reinforces the importance of the North Shore Mountains and the Capilano Valley as the primary subjects of the view. With these amendments, between 1,500 and 8,000 additional housing units may be achieved over the next 30 years. Next slide, please. Staff recommend relocating the origin point of Commercial Drive Public View to support the Commercial Broadway TOA and secure the public view from one of the busiest transit hubs in Western Canada. Next slide, please. This image shows the reoriented view. 440 to 2,250 additional housing units may be achieved with this change. Next slide, please. As with Commercial Drive, staff recommend relocating the Main Street Public View origin point from a location without pedestrian access to the busy pedestrian sidewalk at Main Street and Kingsway. Next slide. This move also supports potential redevelopment of the Main Street Science World TOA. 180 to 1,000 additional housing units, may be supported by this change. However, the current condition of many sites currently impacted by the existing view cone boundaries may mean a higher percentage of redevelopment over the next 30 years. If 50% of relevant sites redevelop, an additional 1,800 housing units may be achieved with this change. Next slide, please. The recommended amendments to the public views and our approach to solar access represent balanced city building, supporting housing delivery and economic development, while continuing to honor some of the things that make Vancouver a great place to live, work, and visit. That concludes our presentation. Staff are available to answer any questions council may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the presentation. We do have questions from council members. So, beginning with a moment. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair. Thanks to staff for the presentation and all the work on this policy shift. I wanted to zero in on the housing piece. You've talked about how many additional housing units will be unlocked as a result of this policy change. Can you explain to the public how our inclusionary policies work for below market housing in rental buildings and in strata buildings? What are some of the policies we have around the city that result in below market rental and below market or social housing within strata? I just want to give the public a sense of how these changes will also result in that type of housing being delivered.
Sure, I will. I'll start answering that, and then I welcome others to jump in. Most rental developments in newly approved enabling areas anticipate that 20% of units are delivered at below market rates. That's a secured expectation. Inclusionary zoning that anticipates social housing along with strata development is often more concentrated in the downtown core, but is in numerous areas, including a number of areas impacted by these changes. And that would mean that social housing is required to be delivered as a component of high-value strata development. I don't know if there are others that wish to add to that. No? Of course. And it's a proportional increase.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. So essentially, by getting more housing units on a site as a result of these changes, we will get a proportional increase in the amount of below market rental, for example, in one of those projects.
Correct. So the example that I showed with the Lower Queen Elizabeth Park view, a project that's otherwise compliant with the Broadway plan, if that building were to be reduced to comply with that lower view, a proportional decrease in the number of housing units, affordable housing units, would also happen. So I think in that case, it was 30 below market rental housing units would be reduced. Yeah.
Okay. Okay. Thanks for clarifying that. Appreciate it. Next question is around shadows. Mm-hmm. So I see there's the proposal to go to 10 to 4 citywide outside of downtown. I'm curious, I noticed in the map of the previous policies, there's several areas that were 10 to 2, Canby Corridor, Marpole, Victory Square, Joyce Collingwood. Just wondering what some of the challenges were with that policy. Basically, why 10 to 4 versus 10 to 2 if we had that in certain areas already?
Yeah, it's a good question. So the ambitious timeline of delivery of these early actions meant that we had to rely on the most recent research that we've done on the most recent planning project that was approved by council, which was the Broadway plan. That undertook a survey similar to Places for People that determined how how and when park spaces were used, and that research showed that 10:4 was the greatest amount of use. We didn't go back and do a post-mortem on a number of those other existing plans. However, the guidelines are something that will continue to be refined as we work toward the citywide development guidelines. And in areas where there's currently less like a less of a time frame, we will work very closely, as we do with applicants on a case-by-case basis, to find the right balance.
Okay.
This is to try to be as consistent as possible with new applications.
But you're saying that with the citywide design guidelines in the future, potentially there could be changes based on feedback as a result of this policy shift. Is that right?
In the spirit of malleable policy, yes, that would be something that we evaluate. In the end, we may end up determining that the best approach is to do a completely citywide, downtown and otherwise process that follows a newly mapped process.
Okay, that's helpful. And then also on 10:4, I understand we've done research and testing through Broadway plan work, as you just articulated. Are there any other cities in BC or North America with a 10:4 policy that you're aware of? Because I saw London and Melbourne were mentioned.
Yes.
I'm just wondering, what is it in Burnaby? What is it in Coquitlam? What about Seattle? Any other examples?
We use London and Melbourne as examples because they're the most responsive and flexible. Within the Lower Mainland, there are a smattering of planning policies that have solar access requirements, but the City of Vancouver has always been leading in our approach to that. That said, 10:4 is a Vancouver-specific approach because solar access is so determined on things like lot size, street orientation, geography, location in the world. However, the approaches that we're looking at taking, solar banking and parametric modeling, is based on London and Melbourne's approach.
I'm going to have to pause you there, but
you.
there's always an opportunity to go to second round. Councillor Bly,
Thanks very much, Chair. And I'm just asking, actually, if we can move for a second round of.
all in favor? Okay, that carries. Thank you.
Great, thanks very much. Thanks, Kevin, for the presentation and the work so far. I just have a number of questions here. So I'm going to start. Could you remind Council what the provincial TOAs say about view cones or other sort of limitations around development like heritage and things like that?
I'd like to ask my colleague Neil, Temple Art saying Trinasic to answer that question.
Close enough. Templar Sang Trinasic, Director of Rezoning here. So just to the question specifically, the legislation, the regulations don't actually speak to view cones. The TOA policy manual that was developed tries to provide some guidance. And so through that manual and through FAQs and other documents that the province has released, there could be reasons why council could impose conditions or restrictions on projects that may have an effect on limiting heights and densities. And those are conversations and decisions that council can still make. But I think you have to view it in the frame of, is that a reasonable condition and a reasonable requirement to then limit those heights and densities? So it's a gray area for sure, but that's certainly something that is still open for council's consideration.
Thank you. And I asked the question because the rationalization for a number of view cones to be deleted is the TOAs, and yet the TOAs don't actually stipulate that we have to delete view cones to comply with the TOA. So it's a little bit confusing there, and I think it's helpful to have that clarification that we don't actually need to change a view cone to comply with the TOA. Okay.
Yeah, these are professional recommendations based on what we know could be achieved with those changes. And you'll note that there are other areas that TOA may be a thing to consider. That's part of a recommendation for future work. So Trout Lake, for example.
Great. I'm curious about the exceptional sites, and it talks specifically about sites in the downtown, and yet we have some very interesting future sites. I'm thinking about, actually there's a site referenced here in the downtown east side. It's not specific, but we do know that Army and Navy, potential to deliver a lot of great housing in an area that requires it, both market and below market rental potential, as well as commercial and Broadway would be another one. I think Northeast Falls Creek is another one. Are these exceptional sites by definition?
They would, well, depending on the site area, we haven't done a site area calculation of those, but our assessment of those known development sites shows that the other changes being proposed would allow those to move forward in part or in full.
But if those changes were not to move forward,
Oh, yes.
hypothetically speaking,
Yeah.
would they comply with an exceptional site policy?
Some of them would, and some of them wouldn't. So Northeast Falls Creek would, based on site area. A site like Army and Navy, for example, is a much more standard development site, and it wouldn't meet the site area requirement.
Okay. Okay. That's helpful. I'll come back to that in a little bit. I am curious about in this scenario where a change or a deletion to a view cone creates a increase in development potential that then, of course, increases the value of that land exponentially, potentially. What measure do we have in place in terms of, I know we've talked about land value capture or other ways, because if I owned a lot A right now that is limited by a view cone, and that's how much I paid for it based on that limitation, and then the city of Vancouver removes any limitation for development in theory other than zoning, that value, the value of lot A goes up exponentially. I then sell that to a future developer for a lot more than I paid for it. There's $0 coming back to the city of Vancouver in that real estate purchase or exchange. And so we've seen developers buy sites maybe well above market that now are struggling to deliver CACs and development contributions. And somebody walked away with a very healthy check. And now everybody's sort of struggling to make it work. I'm concerned that these changes are going to create multiples of that situation.
And that was a concern that we had as well. With the space of time allotted to us to deliver these early actions, we wanted to make sure that we were focusing on actions that were linked to already enabled developments and weren't allowing significantly more beyond what is enabled by an existing enabling plan. One of the reasons why we aren't doing much with the downtown views, for example, other than exceptional sites linked to known development sites, is because we haven't done a comprehensive economic assessment of downtown. That would form part of the next steps. That said, any moves that impact downtown sites are ones that we feel where the risk would be relatively low because it's basically right-sizing the view with an existing enabling policy.
So about to pause right there and
Thank you.
on to Councillor Zhou. Thanks very much.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Yeah, thanks, team, for the presentation and all the works behind this presentation. It's really significant work for the city's future. So I do have a couple of questions. I will start with the view cones. So can you talk about this exceptional policy? What are the criteria determining certain sites they are eligible for the exceptional policy?
So the number that we use for site area, that's kind of the main qualifier is these are large sites. The number that we refer to is a number that's used in other definitions of large sites in city documents, which is just a hair under 2 acres. The important thing is that we know and we feel confident that sites that meet these criteria are the ones that are going to move downtown into the future. These are landmark sites that are going to deliver multiple different deliverables. The other criteria that are applied to them are either technical or have a more values approach, something that we know in working with the applicant through a higher buildings process, we're going to get something that is city building. These are quintessential sites in the city.
Okay, thank you. So for those eligible sites, do they need to follow some process to be eligible for the exceptional policy, or they automatically become an exceptional policy?
If an applicant approaches the city with a proposal on a site that meets the criteria, and they, and senior staff and director of planning are confident that they are meeting the criteria for exceptional sites, they would then be processed through the higher buildings process, which is a next level review process.
Okay,
for exceptional sites.
There is a process they have to follow to be considered as exceptional policy.
Yes.
Okay. The other question, do we know how many sites were considered as exceptional policy in the past?
In the past?
Yes.
Because we didn't have an exceptional sites policy worked into the guidelines in the past, this is a new thing we're bringing forward.
Okay.
However, what we do have and have had for decades is the higher buildings policy.
Yeah.
That's more of an area-specific policy and not a site area-specific policy. Those are the sites that have been allowed to go past Queen Elizabeth Park View in the past. In this case, we're saying some sites can go past other select views, including Queen Elizabeth Park, and be considered higher buildings policy, even if they're not within the geographic area where we expect higher buildings.
Okay, thank you. Next question about the floor plate. So I see in this report, it says the CDG work plan will include a detailed analysis for the floor plate. Can you elaborate more about that?
Yeah, so as we do, the team that is leading this work and does a lot of this policy development are professional architects and planners, and it's a responsibility of ours to ensure that we're keeping up with the evolution of things that may impact efficiency of developments, including building bylaw changes. And so we always go back and test and retest these standards. So that would be things like additional modeling, determining whether or not there are other policies or regulations that may impact those important technical considerations. And also an important thing is any growth in a tower floor plate not limiting the development potential of an adjacent property.
Okay, do we have a timeline for this analysis?
That would be mid to late 2025 as part of the Citywide Development Guidelines project.
Okay. Awesome. Okay, so the other question is, I remember in the mayor's motion about accelerating housing delivery through the transformative change. So there's a timeline for the floor plate report back. That's Q1 2024. So we are in Q3 2024 now. So is there any analysis or study being completed about the floor plate?
So our proposal is to right now clarify with industry through this report what the anticipated flexibility is on those guidelines and the intent of defining the maximums. The maximums really are just to tell the development industry, if somebody is new to development in Vancouver, what would be a supportable development. But we feel that it's better to do a comprehensive analysis that would be delivered with the Citywide Development Guidelines.
I see. Okay, so you don't need a council direction there. So the work has been
the work is underway.
Going already. Okay, perfect. Thank you. Okay, I'll come back to the queue. Thanks.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, thank you. Thanks for that very comprehensive presentation. I appreciate that. I've got a number of questions. I did send them. You've answered some of them already, which is great. But let's start with the public view cones proposed to be removed or amended. And I'm wondering if you can just let us know how many in each category are to be removed or amended because they've already been compromised. I mean, you talked about the vegetation, for example, but is it most of them, all of them?
So of the 11, it's between 8 and 9, which are either currently compromised, like Chocolate Park and Laurel Land Bridge, or are anticipated to be compromised by developments outside of our authority, or by a council enabling policy. So there are or are otherwise partially or fully obstructed by buildings or what have you. So there are a number of changes that we're making because we know that there are existing policies in place that allow for encroachment into those views. A number of other views are being amended or shaped because we've identified opportunities to improve the view or improve the accessibility of the view.
Okay, so that was the 11 that are being partially changed.
Between 8 and 9 of the 11, yeah.
And of the 14 that are being removed?
Oh, I apologize. I'm getting my numbers wrong. 14 to be removed. Yes. It's between 8 and 9 of the 14 are linked directly with current obstructions. And then the other 11 are because of consequential changes to improve accessibility, things that improve an aspect that otherwise isn't available.
So you've changed them, in other words. The views are, in some cases, they're altered. They're still there, but they're just changed.
Exactly, or the origin point or what have you.
Because of, yeah. Okay, got that. How many of the views are going to be altered because of circumstances beyond our control? For example, development potential in North Vancouver. I think I remember seeing a line of where they're headed.
Yeah. So there are some views where that's the case. So one being Granville Street. I think if we were to think about that, it would be in the realm of 3 to 4 have an element of that. Granville Street's kind of the biggest one. We've got Sanok that's going to define a new boundary. We're using that as an opportunity because we see it as a relatively low-risk thing to do, is to redraw the lower boundary with North Van. However, there are certain views, the Upper Queen Elizabeth Park views, where that logic hasn't been applied because we feel like we can't as directly link that to current deliverables, but it's something that we can assess in the future.
And maybe, you mentioned Sanok, maybe we should make it clear on public record, the city does not control the heights of those towers. It is not within our jurisdiction because it is First Nations land.
That's correct. And it's actually, in that particular case, it's less the height of Sanok and more the development boundary of it.
Oh, got it.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay. I'm really happy that you went through how much housing would be unlocked, and you did on each of the changes. And I'm not going to ask you to go through hotels, office, and sort of other objectives we have around economic development, but if you could generally speak to that, I'd appreciate it.
Yeah, so all told, we didn't do an assessment of where hotels and office could land because that really is large areas of these changes. Our focus really was primarily on the thing that we knew we could kind of tie a rope around and rely on, which is delivery of housing. However, all told, the early actions would deliver 750 to 15 million square meters of floor area that largely could be economic space, job space, and hotels.
Okay. Did you have a running total on the amount of housing? You did it for every single one of them, but did you add them all up?
At a very low estimate, it's assuming that 5% of impacted development sites redevelop, it would be 15,000. But a more reasonable and expected estimate would be 25% of development sites at 75,000. Over 100 years, however, it's 500 and something thousand. It's a very theoretical number, assuming that the entire city redevelops.
It's going to change in 100 years.
Yeah.
Okay, appreciate that. And I'm out of time this time, but I'll get back on. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Fry.
Okay, so picking up on that last number, you said 75,000. That's over the projected 30-year build-out that you were kind of contemplating in this?
That's correct.
And I think you also sort of were suggesting that given the time constraints to deliver this report, there hadn't been a full sort of reckoning of potentially who the big winners are and who the property owners are that stand to benefit potentially from this?
The recommendations we're bringing forward are based on where the most likely development scenarios and growth scenarios are, based on a number of factors, changes to the view cone and council enabling policies. We didn't do a site-by-site analysis of, say, downtown, for example, because right now, I mean, the characteristics of downtown are that we can't predict what a development site is. A site with an existing 25-year-old office building to somebody could be a future development site. That's one of the reasons why we're being a little bit more cautious with the views impacting downtown sites, other than exceptional sites. We would recommend undertaking that work in a more comprehensive way to do an economic development assessment. But the changes that we are making are based on known growth areas and known, very few, but a few known development sites.
And I should have prefaced by saying I appreciate the work that's gone into this, and I think
Yeah.
it's very, very thoughtful, and I think that there's some good moves in there. I also do see some of it as when it comes to as a bit of a blunt tool in how we're modifying it, and what I don't see is an opportunity for us to sort of like, are we sacrificing an opportunity to get more performance-based development and say, hey, we'll let you go into the view cone, but we want to see you deliver, say, more affordable housing, or we want you to deliver hotel space, or something that we would like, rather than just opening it up to whatever.
If we had taken a more aggressive approach on a number of views, including the framed views through downtown, I would say that would be a risk. one of the reasons why we're taking the approach we are taking, which is focusing on exceptional sites and thinking about other approaches we could take, amending higher buildings policy, et cetera, is to ensure that we aren't giving up those opportunities. The changes right now are linked to delivery of known housing sites, and where there are some changes that may impact higher value sites, we feel as though the amount of increase on those is low enough that it's not a bonanza that we're giving up potential for contributions to amenities, et cetera.
Okay, so teasing that out just a little bit for just further clarification. So we still are retaining the opportunity to leverage these higher sites, higher builds for
Absolutely.
whatever kind of amenities we're looking for.
Absolutely. The exceptional sites that we anticipate would go through the same rezoning policies than any higher buildings does. And any other sites not meeting exceptional sites would still go through a rezoning process, except for potentially some low mid-rise buildings in the foreground of Queen Elizabeth Park. These would still go through a comprehensive rezoning process and would involve exactly that kind of negotiation. There are a number of sites, the exceptional sites, we're saying, hey, you're special, which means that we need to work together to get the right response. It's one of the reasons why we're leaning into that and not just making wholesale changes to those.
Okay, shifting gears to solar access, and appreciate that that is work to come still for the large part. And I think I brought this up before, but I'm frustrated by the many different approaches to calculating solar shadow studies, that kind of thing. Will future work in this space kind of standardize that approach so that we're all singing from the same songbook, as it were?
So we feel that the recommendation being brought forward is doing just that for 85% of the city. It's saying we don't have 11 different approaches to the same problem in large areas of the city. We're saying this is a consistent approach, it's a consistent metric. We always apply a level of flexibility on a case-by-case basis. That's an important part of the work that we do. And Director of Planning and Park Board staff I feel that that's an important part of shaping development. However, what we can do is we can say, this is our expectation. Where we can't do that just yet is downtown. In assessing an approach for downtown, that is going to be more tailored to that area. We may find that that approach is actually a great approach for just the entire city. But that will involve consultation with the public, consultation with the park board, industry, review with council, et cetera.
Okay, we'll have to pause there. I'm going to, we're not in a motion yet, so I'll be able to ask questions now. Thanks very much. I just want to thank you again. I echo the compliments from the rest of council and the extent of this work and how well it was put together in the past year. I just want to just get into the discussion around the guidelines versus requirements kind of notion that kind of falls out of the floor plates, out of the shadows, and to some extent the view cones, which are, and so when you are looking at distinctive sites, we know that we have a tradition that it was built around the podium tower, the slender buildings, and so on. But there are sites that are commanding a little bit more look at the floor plate size. How do we approach that and make sure that that is the go forward beyond this term or this staff?
So our review on the staff side in development planning, rezoning, and other groups is to say, all right, if we've got a pretty typical looking development site and somebody's coming in within 10 to 15% of the tower floor plate, then we know that that's going to fit pretty comfortably. It's not going to impact the development potential of other sites. When it starts to go beyond that, that's when we know that we have to start doing a little bit of a deeper dive review, understand what the impacts of that are, understand what the pluses and minuses are of doing that. And as I said, in many cases, we've got 80 to 85% compliance with these things. Often, when an applicant is coming in with a much bigger floor plate, it's because they aren't dealing with a standard site. That, a lot of East Fraserland sites, for example, we have a lot of flexibility around that. Or they're coming in with something like mass timber construction, or they're delivering some other important community amenity, community center, public daycare, et cetera, that is otherwise impacting their ability to land their entire density on the site. In those cases, we exercise quite a bit of flexibility. A recent example being the Maison de la Francophonie on Fur Street, which is a tower in an area that expects about 6,800 square feet. They're pushing about 8,000 plus, because they are both reducing the height of their building to comply with shadowing requirements and providing an important community amenity.
Oh, with that particular example you just cited, how hard was it to get there? Was it pretty evident in the beginning, or was there a lot of negotiation to get to that?
There was a little bit of, trying to get to the number and determining like what a comfortable number is based on performance objectives. But we got to the answer pretty quickly. It didn't involve redrawing and redrawing and redrawing.
We also hear a lot of this sort of similar framing around the shadow policy. This will potentially sacrifice X number of units because of a limited intrusion into a different area. How do we approaching some of those situations where there might be 2 or 3 days a week or something, like I'm trying to hours on the set days that we've put on the solstice?
Yeah, so that is something that we deal with pretty frequently. Again, it is a rare instance, and that means that we can deal with those on a case-by-case basis and not run the risk of redefining or undoing the policy. In those cases, we work really closely with the applicant and park staff, if it's a park that's being shadowed, and senior staff, director planning, et cetera, to come about a good middle ground. A good example would be a recent proposal on Kingsway, which in its initial design was shadowing Robson Park significantly. We said, look, this is not an acceptable amount of shadowing. They acknowledged it. They went back, reduced certain heights, et cetera. They got it down to as much as they could. The shadowing that the building produces is on the park's bathroom building. Park board said, you know what? You worked really hard. We're pretty comfortable with what it's doing, and they're also providing like a nice public plaza that's going to be nice and sunny. So these are the things that we deal with on a case-by-case basis. On the projects that we anticipate to have all sorts of conversations like this.
Just with regards to what we identify as public space, we obviously talked about parks, but we got roads, bridges, plazas. Do we, again, make those judgment calls, or are those part of the policy?
Those are part of the policy. So the guideline states that those requirements, 10 to 4, apply to public parks, high streets, and public school properties. However, we also apply a level of consideration for independent schools, and there may be instances where we need to look at something another community public asset that we want to kind of shape around. What this wouldn't include would be something like the Arbutus Greenway. Park staff and planning staff don't anticipate shaping to maintain solar access on the Arbutus Greenway.
Thank you very much. All right, I'm at my time. I'm going to go for a second round. Councillor Bly.
Thank you very much. Thanks, Kevin. Take a drink of water. That's a lot of questions.
It's hot.
I just want to clarify, for E2.2 Canby Bridge, delete from the public views list, the rationale is that that it substantially limits development on Northeast Falls Creek, but that is an exceptional site. So
It's the issue with E2.2 is that it already limits the approved development on Northeast Falls Creek. It's one of the ones that Councillor Carr, in her questions, that would qualify as being something that is anticipated to be compromised.
But I'm just saying that why don't we just let that be the negotiation then instead of deleting it?
That's a good question. One of the issues is that the form of development is already approved on the site, and so it's already approved to go into that view. However, yeah.
Okay, I'm going to leave it there because I do have a couple more questions. I mean, I'm not a planner, obviously, but I'm curious what discussions happen around the expertise and the sort of professional context of planning when it comes to connections to nature and surrounding environment as a public benefit.
Mm-hmm.
So is that a public benefit? And maybe just, like, I have a follow-up. So.
I would like to ask General Manager Planning Josh White to answer this.
Great.
Because he brings an interesting perspective.
Okay.
Yeah, I think I alluded to this in my remarks. I think uniquely, Vancouver has a connection to its surroundings that carries a high public value. And so in crafting policy, we want to align with that value, also measured against other priorities that we have. And that's really the exercise that we're undertaking now, is that we are affirming that connection to surroundings in this setting is of a high public value. But we know that there's no sort of purity of outcome. There's no city in which you have unfettered views. There's no city in which you have unfettered development. And so the exercise of crafting public policy around this is really an exercise of understanding how to trade those things off and achieve multiple objectives. But certainly in this place, it's very evident, more than other contexts, for example, I've planned in, that we express that views have public value.
Yes, and I appreciate your perspective on that, given that you're new to Vancouver and also have already articulated that it's kind of a different context. Once you're here and you're walking around, you really see the value of that natural world. Follow-up to that is then what, because this decision has to be defensible to the public, because we're taking away a public benefit, and so then what public benefit are we delivering back?
Yeah, I would just push back a little bit on the notion that we're taking away a public benefit. I think the work on balance is actually just trying to understand the trade-off between being and development enabling and achieving housing outcomes while still preserving the core of public views. And so I think what you've seen in a lot of the very specific interventions we've taken on shifting or changing or adjusting is affirming a public view. It's preserving the core of a public view, but by making a change, we can actually achieve both ends at the same time. And that's sort of the magic balance that we're trying to strike and that we feel like we've delivered through this work. So it's not sacrificing public view.
I asked that question in anticipation of who we're going to hear from today in our speakers, because these are questions that are being raised in the public, and I think they're valid, and it's important. We don't get to ask you questions after, unfortunately, and we don't get to ask questions of the speaker after. Or
appreciate that.
So I would just naming it for that reason. I have a quick follow-up. We may hear from folks today who represent exceptional sites, who are in, Charleston Park is a view cone that's been discussed as one that's not up for deletion or amendment. And so, but maybe limiting development on one of those exceptional sites. So what certainty can we articulate or sort of offer to those stakeholders and representatives who can be delivering a real significant transformational project to the city?
Yeah, so Charleston Park is a great example whereby we've taken the exceptional site approach because it allows us to actually have a conversation, right? We understand the imperatives of sites like Old St. Paul's and what the need for that project to move forward. It's also a very large site, and this approach allows us to work very closely with the applicant to see if, in part, we could preserve some of those public views through the site while also achieving, by how we shape the density and height and things like that on the site, achieve the ends that they require and they need, and that will city shape in a way that will be beneficial to the public, but also see how we might be able to preserve those things. If we took the other approach, just simply to say, let's take that view away, that just ends the conversation. There's no opportunity to do that with that site owner, and would allow the opportunity for sites in front or behind to just take up that view. The approach we take, and I think, can maximize that public benefit while also reaching their ends.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Chair.
Councillor Zhou.
Yeah, thanks. So to continue my question about the floor plate, I think you mentioned 80 to 85% complying with the floor plate policy. So what happened to those 15 to 20% not compliant? Because of the site is too special, or because of their performance not working? Why?
It usually exactly the former part of that. These are larger sites. These are they don't meet the kind of standard development parameters of the city. They're in specific locations. They have other considerations, and I'd like to just reinforce here that it's a rule of thumb, not a policy per se. It's something to sort of determine it's a general litmus test of whether or not a project is going to fit within what generally works or not. If it goes beyond that, then we know that we need to take a closer look and dig into it a little bit with the applicant.
Okay, so it's just like Councillor Clausen's point, it's a guidance, it's not a hard requirement.
It is, and it's also it's a result of a number of technical considerations as well.
Yeah, it's a Josh here.
Yeah, I just wanted to add a bit to the narrative around sort of this dynamic between guideline and a rigid policy, right? And I think some of the concern we often hear, I think fairly sometimes, is that we have a guideline. It's stated as a guideline. It's meant to have some flexibility, but it's it's applied with rigidity or inflexibility, and it becomes more of a rigid policy. I think what we're trying to express through this work and reinforce through that work, and the reason why we don't think there necessarily needs to be a change in the floor plate policy is because I think we can take the approach with internally within our staff and how we work and how we communicate with applicants, how we apply discretion and how we apply flexibility a bit more explicitly. And our hope is through the citywide development guideline work, we can be even more explicit about how we apply that flexibility.
Perfect, thank you. Okay. Moving on to the shadowing. So right now we have one policy for the solar access across the city. So what is our next steps? What is our timeline? I think you mentioned that potentially we can adjust that as well. Do we have a timeline?
Yeah, that would be along with the citywide development guidelines project, mid to late 2025.
Mid to late 2025, yeah, okay.
The solar access is a really tricky thing to get just right because it has implications on, there's technical considerations, architectural considerations, health considerations, et cetera. So having a little bit of breathing room to undertake that work means that we're pretty confident we can get to the right response within that time frame.
Perfect. Thank you. Two more quick questions about this view cones. I realize it is early actions in the presentation, right? So what is our plan moving forward? Are we going to review that on a regular basis and then, update that, or that's it for a few years? No change.
So something that's important to reinforce here, and it's become kind of part of the tradition of the view protection guidelines, is that anytime you touch any of them, you touch all of them. This is an evolving thing. Part of being a malleable, a responsive city is being able to, at council's discretion or along with a planning program, to recommend additions to the views in certain growth areas, removal or adjustment of some views if that is something that's proven to be of a benefit to the public.
Yeah.
A good example would be that the Rupert Renfrew plan has identified some public views for council consideration that may be brought forward as part of that work. All council would need to do would be to approve a consequential amendment to the public views guidelines to add those views. Council effectively would approve the origin point and the view subject, and then also affirm the technical approach to the boundaries of the view cones, et cetera. That's work that can and should happen as the city evolves.
Perfect.
Another example would be the Granville Street View 12.2. Right now, we don't feel as though we can bring a recommendation for that, but the Granville Street Planning Project can.
Okay, I'm going to fit into one more question in 20 seconds. So, of course, the public has a lot of passion about this, and there's some misinformation out there in the social media. So, what is our communication strategy to make sure our public understand the motivation, understand the correct information, basically?
I mean, we hope that we've struck that with this presentation and with the report. And we're ensuring that any moves that we're making are things that we can defend based on recent previous public engagement. And anything that requires more public engagement, we've shelved. We're not recommending at this time.
Okay, thank you, Kevin.
All right, Councillor Carr.
Great. Few questions. Is there a rough estimate of the potential of these? This is really around what Councillor Bly has been talking about, the increase in land value. I am concerned that because we are opening up development, the land value will consequentially increase, and would it be slowed down if, as Councillor Bly suggested, these were just done one-off at public hearing?
So again, reinforcing the answer that I attempted to give to Councillor Bly, For the most part, these are unlocking development potential in areas that already have pre-existing enabling policies. So a lot of those areas, so Broadway Plan, for example, we're not amending the views in such a way that will add 3 times the height to Broadway Plan. Rather, it will enable the form of development that is already approved. There are certain areas of the city. I don't want to imply that that there aren't some areas of the city that might see some increases, but we believe that those are more tied to other planning regulation considerations and growth considerations. I see that Director of Planning wants to hop in.
That's great.
Jason.
Good try. Just to maybe hopefully add some clarity to it, in no case does this change in enabling policy or zoning. So any of the CAC expectations, public benefit expectations of plans that exist remain existing. So we would still have land value capture through that. We're not adding a development expectation clause to this because it's not necessary because we're not changing zoning or rezoning policies.
Okay, okay, that's it. That is helpful. View, this is quite specific, view G1.2, Olympic Shipyard view. I was concerned when I was down there about seeing the view, not just of the mountains, but the distant view between the height of mountains. Is that, please confirm for me, is that going to stay, that distant view in the middle of that ridge of mountains?
So the changes that we're proposing to 1.1 and G1.1 and 1.2, being renamed 1 and 2 because it's easier, is to kind of rationalize the boundaries a little bit. In doing so, that meant that we were shifting up that view, the distant view, which you're correct. When we went to go look at the view together, it was very prominent in that view, means that we were kind of protecting the view of the sky. We don't anticipate significant development happening within that area. However, we wanted to ensure that we were rationalizing the process and not introducing new views. If that answers your question.
So you're expecting it's not going to be compromised by development, but
we do want to ensure that because there are very specific housing needs in the downtown east side, we're removing some barriers to non-market housing delivery. We don't anticipate that would be major tower forms going right in the middle, but it may mean being able to work around those boundaries a little bit.
okay, you'll come back to us if there's a big problem, I'm assuming. Okay.
We certainly will.
How many views are not being changed? In other words, how many views do we have in total?
After these amendments, we will have 24 public views. And now let me do the math here. That means that, well, 24 are remaining. So the actual number of the ones that we're not touching, I don't know why I didn't do the math on that, but we are working with most of them, but there's a collection that we aren't recommending amendments to.
Okay, okay. I'm going to switch over to the solar access. What does balanced solar access mean in terms of objectives or concerns?
What it means is that we aren't applying a policy so rigidly that it's really neutering development potential around important parks. We want to make sure that we're leaning on our existing and anticipated public amenities and giving lots of access to those. But it also means being flexible on what we expect in a form of development immediately adjacent to park to ensure that that park is getting the amount of sunlight that we know it needs for its existing program to serve the community, et cetera. By and large, based on our testing, 95% of developments can move forward in the Broadway Plan area, and we're copying those policies, Broadway Plan area with absolutely no need to shape because of solar access policies. We do know that there is a need for specific developments to have an extra level of flexibility, affordable housing or secured rental in the 6-story form. Those are worked in as flexibility, as exceptions within the guidelines. And as I've noted before, on an as-needed basis, we will apply a lot of flexibility. We'll work with applicants and the park board as we have done.
I think things go running a little long today just because there's a lot of interest in this report here. So Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. I'll just pick up on Councillor Carr's question around solar access. You mentioned, Kevin, I just want to clarify, 95% of developments can move forward under Broadway plan under the 10-4 solar access policy. Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay. Do you have a sense of what that will be citywide if we do adopt it outside of downtown? What that percentage will be?
So I'm looking at my, oh, she's not here anymore. So the City Design Studio did testing broadly across the city as part of N-Plan and also part of the Rupert Renfrew plan. And that number works out to be about the same. Because we haven't been able to do the same comprehensive analysis that we did with Broadway plan, we've worked in a few more safeguards and pressure valves in the guidelines to say, look, there are some scenarios we haven't tested. We'll apply some flexibility around that. That said, we do have an implementation period. We'll report back, and we have the ability to evolve those as needed.
Okay, that's helpful. Thank you for that. What sort of consultation was done with housing developers on the solar access policy outside of downtown, this latest iteration?
So we leaned, as with engagement on the entire project, we leaned on the most recent engagement and our own professional analyses. You know, I myself am an architect. We have people in our team that are development professionals, land economists, et cetera. In doing our own internal modeling and relying on what we did with Broadway plan, we feel as though, and also just a post-mortem on existing developments, we feel as though this is a safe and defensible move to go toward without needing to dig into it in a comprehensive way with land developers. However, that does form part of the work on the additional solar access work.
For downtown?
For downtown, but that is downtown focused, but it may be something we apply broadly based on our findings on that.
Okay, thanks for that. On exceptional sites, I just want to clarify, are we ready to intake applications now for exceptional sites?
As soon as council, subject to council approval, somebody can come in tomorrow.
Okay, so there's no more policy development work that needs to be done around that?
There is some implementation of, I mean, it's technical work, updating photos on the website, getting the open data portal, but we are ready to launch really as soon as the work is approved.
Okay. And then on floor plates, I understand that changing requirements around accessibility, sustainability, step codes, all these different things, Vancouver building bylaw changes, are really putting pressure on some of those floor plate sizes. Can you maybe talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, and as I noted, I mean, most of the people on the development planning team are people from our previous practitioners in architecture. And part of our own professional development is ensuring that we're keeping up with those requirements as well. We are here to ensure that the regulations that we have support efficient and enable development in a reasonable way, in a way that serves the public. Our testing has shown that the wiggle room of 10 to 15% that we already apply covers the changes that the VBBL will bring in. So we've already started working with applicants that will be impacted by that, and we've determined that that flexibility, in most cases, helps with that. If it goes beyond that, we don't throw the towel. We don't throw in the towel. We continue a conversation. We talk to senior staff, et cetera.
Okay. Would you agree that tall, slender residential towers result in more expensive units versus a larger floor plate?
Our analysis doesn't necessarily show that. As with any building, units that are closer to the top of the building tend to have a nicer view, whatever, tend to be at the higher end. However, there's a proportional delivery of mid-height units and everything that it isn't something we've seen impact things. In our conversations with the development community, they would rather see an ability to go a little bit higher rather than bigger.
Okay.
Sorry, just a quick point to that there is kind of a sweet spot with tower size, tower floor plates. And the model that we have presently is based off of older assumptions, as the things you've noted about increases because of accessibility, efficiency, unit sizes, elevator cores, Xing, all those things change those parameters. So it's not just linear to say bigger is cheaper, but there is a sweet spot in between. That takes a complicated amount of testing on staff's part in the industry, and those are the things that we're looking to do in part of the next stage.
Okay, thanks very much.
Thanks.
For that time there. Brings my questions up here. Just maybe help me understand the exceptional sites or the sites of significance a little bit in terms of the view cone policy. Is there understanding that some of these sites may encroach, but there would have to be just a really strong rationale for those?
That's right. The exceptional sites with the views that they can work within, we're saying that through engagement with the public, with the applicant working on the projects, some of those views may ultimately end up getting entirely encroached into. That's not our expectation. The one thing that we've worked into the exceptional sites requirements is that if you're protecting a view of the Two Sisters, which has major cultural significance across cultures, we expect that all or part of that view will be part of the delivery of that project to the public. One thing that I want to note about the exceptional sites, the changes to the view cones and the guidelines are not an enabling policy. Exceptional sites will still have other regulations and policies that apply to them, plans, etc. We haven't predicted and we aren't bringing forward any amendments to those plans or policies. So the expectation is that they will still comply with other plans, policies, etc.
Shifting gears to solar access, what does the expression "should minimize shadowing" mean in practice for our staff?
It means that when you look at a site, and when we look at it with our colleagues in Parks Board and with the applicant, we can defensively say that any additional shadowing on the park is proportionally nominal, a hair over the property line, or impacting a secondary area of the park. It means that the bulk of the park, it remains predominantly in sunlight, especially the highest areas of use and important program areas. So it's accounting for that level of flexibility that we sometimes need to apply.
I just want to just unpack a little bit the concept of public benefit with regards to these policies, and public benefit being that we often draw down on CACs. There are also other considerations. There's obviously a huge healthcare industry that exists in the city of Vancouver, near to where we are in City Hall, but an emerging one over the new St. Paul's site that will probably have a lot of new development for housing for workers, clinics, medical offices, and what have you. Do we try to strike that balance when it comes to the public benefit for our healthcare system, and as well if we're drawing tens of millions of dollars out of a particular CAC that could help build a public amenity?
We do more so with the former and slightly less with the latter. Usually because if we're dealing with a project that has a major CAC delivery, we're dealing with major sites that have quite a bit of flexibility, and the park is one of many things to discuss. In the case of New St. Paul's, that was one of my projects as a development planner. That was a major part of our conversation with Parks and with Providence Health. And the basis of it was that this is delivering a major public health amenity, and that the impacts to the adjacent park were, in aggregate, equalized by those public benefits.
Mm-hmm. And then the surrounding community that will respond to the presence of a major health facility, all of, again, the things that I mentioned, the housing that'll be needed for employment to support that, and other offices and medical practitioners that will probably surround themselves, as they do nearby here in Vancouver General. Okay. All right. Well,
That's correct. Those are important things and reasons why we exercise flexibility.
excellent. Okay. Thanks very much. Moving on. Councillor Fry.
Thanks. Thank you. Just looking at this on the whole, were the view protection guidelines ever really sacrosanct. They're not a bylaw or enshrined in the charter or anything, but they were technically guidelines.
That you're getting to something that took a lot of piecing together puzzles of planning days of old. Our determination is that, and with legal review, is that the views have always been a set of guidelines. The list within the views is something that gets, it's treated as something very important, and we administer it as close to sacrosanct as possible. However, it is a guidelines document, and we have flexed on it in the past.
Right, so it was never a legally binding. It's really, yeah.
It is not a bylaw, and it's
I see Jason Olnek raising his hand.
it is not a bylaw. It's a guideline.
Sorry to interject. That's a great question, and that gets to the heart of a lot of the things we're talking about with the guideline project, balancing between flexibility and certainty. So we are trying to unpack that. Historically, with view cones, they started off as a line on a Xerox, and they've evolved into a digital format that we can measure to fractions of an inch. So the flexibility there has been a degree of reasonableness. If it seems like a significant increase, we've brought that to council for decision. So for example, we may go through for New St. Paul's, and we brought that to council for a decision, whereas there's been others where a parapet will pop through or an elevator or overrun will pop through. We've understood that as part and parcel with development. So there's that reasonableness lens that it gets applied to it.
Appreciate that. So I'm still trying to square this as a tool and where we may be losing opportunity. So looking at the new view guidelines, Appendix A, page 10 of the report, these guidelines are intended to be used in conjunction with other policies, yada, yada, yada. Seeking approval to reason. It includes criteria by which higher building policy may be extended to qualifying sites and select protected public views that those developments may be permitted to encroach into. So as I'm reading that, if we're already saying that we can encroach into protected view cones based on that sort of performance kind of analysis that we talked about earlier, so why are we doing this at all?
So one of the reasons why we're doing it is because the higher buildings policy, which those applications would then have to go through, is very specific in that it is for the Queen Elizabeth Park views, unless there is another policy that says this view you can play with a little bit. So this allows us to say, you can go through Queen Elizabeth Park through higher buildings policy and through that rigorous comprehensive review, and only this view, and this view, and only if you meet these criteria. So rather than going in and amending the higher buildings policy, which is another policy to open up, requires a next level, it requires public hearing. We are saying we're extending higher buildings policy through changes to these guidelines.
But I guess what I'm getting at is where we've eliminated those views, we no longer have that tool at our disposal.
The plan here is that those views would not be eliminated. Our assessment of the sites that would qualify as exceptional sites would mean that the views remain, aren't being eliminated. And what it means is that by keeping a view cone there and maintaining one, and that will always be there, we're not allowing people on either side of that exceptional site to assume that they have the right to then block it. It gives us the space to negotiate what the new parameters of those views may be.
But in some cases in a narrower frame.
Potentially. That said, as noted, one of the major exceptional sites criteria is that if there is a view of the Two Sisters, that's maintained. We don't expect that to be substantially impacted. And that would be something that council would review as well as part of the application process.
Okay, I'm pretty much out of time, so thanks, Kim.
Thanks very much, Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just have one clarification question. I've been listening diligently to all the questions, and it's really around the solar access piece and the extension to the rest of the city with respects to the 10 to 4. And I just want to reflect back what I heard with respects to the next steps of work that staff are doing. So you're saying that there is not a specific a constraint. While it's predicted but not studied as much, that you think it's in the 90% range. We're not seeing that as a significant constraint for development, and staff will be reviewing to report back on further work. I just want to be clear on the work that's going to be undertaken with respect to the solar analysis and the metric modeling.
Sure. So the crux of the work is going to be the very technical analysis of a right approach for downtown, but that also comes with an assessment on this guidelines being brought forward today and the performance of that guidelines and whether or not we need to bring forward changes to that guidelines or apply a different standard as part of the citywide development guidelines project. We anticipate that it's going to be a matter of a small handful of projects that we may be running into some issues with, but we will be reporting back on those as part of the citywide development guidelines.
Okay, so when you say apply a different standard for the citywide development guidelines and the work underway, are you referring specifically to more flexibility potentially around shadowing citywide?
If that is a direction that we go in, potentially. However, right now we feel that the certainty that this guideline gives to 85% of the city outweighs the need for more flexibility, especially considering the fact that we have built-in flexibility into the guidelines. Where we need to determine the right amount of flexibility, what the right response is and everything, that's downtown, and that's working really closely with the development industry and the public to come out with a right answer for that. Ultimately, we may determine that that model is the best model for the entire city and may come with new parameters for flexibility.
Okay, and so cutting to the chase of it, some individuals have suggested that there should be more flexibility and perhaps it should be a 10 to 2. For example, citywide, what would you say to that?
Our testing is part of Places for People, which involved multiple days of surveying sites over multiple times of year, demonstrated that parks and public spaces are heaviest used between 10 and 4 p.m. And in applying that standard, we have nominal impact or no impact at all on 95% of developments. So that is an approach that we tested with Broadway, brought forward for council approval with Broadway, and we're extending here.
Okay, so staff have the flexibility. So not really. So any sort of further direction around that is, in your estimation, it's not necessarily needed because, as you said, it's a guideline and it can be considered if there's a compelling situation or a compelling specific project.
Precisely.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate it.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Okay, so we will now hear from registered speakers for this report. Public speakers should state whether they are in support or in opposition of the recommendations and may only speak once. I will also ask speakers if they are residents of Vancouver if it is not already noted on the speakers list. Our first public speaker is Gregory Enriquez of Enriquez Partners Architects. Gregory, you're not in the chamber. I believe you're on the phone today.
Yes, can you hear me?
You bet. Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, thank you, Mayor and Council. I'm speaking here today as a private citizen and an architect and not representing any of my clients, and have not run by my testimony by anyone else. So I just want to be very clear about that. I want to congratulate staff and council for considering streamlining the citywide development guidelines. This is something I support. I want to say it again, this is something I support strongly. I returned back to Vancouver after grad school in 1989, and over the past 35 years, I've had an intimate relationship, like many in the architectural profession, with the view cones, the floor plates, and the shadows. And I've designed dozens and dozens of buildings and trying to balance meaningful built form with financial feasibility. It goes without saying that we live in one of the most majestic and privileged places in the world, surrounded by beauty. And respect and understand the heritage and importance of these view cones have been passed down to us, and we have to keep them for future generations. But it's not until recent years, as the core has been built out, that we realize that the view cones have played a limiting role in the provision of more housing and hotel space for our city. And with the state of the current housing crisis, re-examining these view cones is both supportable and necessary to ensure a mature, balanced protecting of all the views, but also potentially more inclusive environment future for all Vancouverites. I believe staff have constructed a meaningful proposal which will ensure the most important views are protected and support economic development and housing going forward. In closing, I'd like to say that I very much support this recommendation and look forward to working with staff and all those involved to do something meaningful to make this city continue to be the beautiful and livable place that we call home. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is in person, Stephen Boas, and you've got a presentation, so we'll get that going.
Okay, and I have to ask the slide to be, so I'll say next slide when you go to the next slide, okay?
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Okay, yeah, my name's Stephen Bose. I am a resident of Vancouver, and I spoke at the last ViewCone review back in 2011. This first slide actually shows that protected views enable views like this one. This view is protected by the Olympic Plaza view. Next slide. Protected views preserve thousands of public views across the city, including views around City Hall here. Just walk around and see the views that are being protected by Cambie and 12. You just can't take away a view, which is a cornerstone of broad view cone protection, and not have the system collapse. Next slide. In 2011, staff used 3D computer models to show build-out scenarios and presented these to the public in multiple rounds of open houses. The Broadway plan also had reviews of view cones in the public. Next slide. So please delay your decision, consult with the public, and release your data. And you can see that data was actually released at one point on your city's website that described the full extent of the view cone. Next slide. Staff appear to have made some slight tweaks in the view cone definitions in 2018, and I don't see any record of council actually giving authority to staff to make those changes in 2018 and 2019. And you can see the differences in the website of the view from Chocolate Park, and also in 2019, staff removed the definitions where you could actually calculate your view cone on your own by the elevation above sea level for the view cone, the distance to the reference object, and the elevation of the reference object and the geo-coordinates. So that's been removed from the public record, and it's not being released under FOI. Next slide. Next slide. So you can see, actually, go back one slide. So you can see the view from Chocolate Park that used to be on your website, and this is also in the staff report with Kevin McNaney's name on it. So this was what staff said. This is a view from Chocolate Park, and it is the view, but it's the view from the lower plaza, and you physically put the view cone on the upper plaza, which is very close, just up a slight set of stairs. And you updated your webpage in 2019 to update the image. Next slide. So this is Chocolate Park. You can see the upper plaza where you put the geometric definition for the view cone. You use the photo from the lower plaza when you made the definition with the public, and you had it on your website for years. That's the view from the lower plaza and the upper right. So I think just move the view cone, relocate it like you're relocating other view cones to that location that you had there. Otherwise, remove that tiny little tree and you'll have an unobstructed view. Don't eviscerate that view, and it's not true that this view cannot be fixed. Next slide. So do we want a wall of towers, or what do we want in Vancouver? So the notion that getting rid of view cones will unlock much needed job space is absurd. There are 53 rezoning applications of residential towers in the Broadway plan, 10 with office space. So this is completely not true. So bring it back, have public consultation, bring in an external consultant, and actually do what Doug Smith's memo said, to have public engagement in Q2 of 2024 and not look for the quick wins that Doug Smith talked about in his memo of January 29th.
Appreciate it. All right. Okay. Next speaker in person is Peter Bull. Welcome. You have 3 minutes.
I'm Peter Bull. I'm speaking as a Vancouver citizen, and but I am informed by my role at Providence Healthcare, where I'm a director, the chair of the real estate committee. I want to compliment the city staff on a very thorough and review of the view cones and a pragmatic and balanced report. I also want to thank you for your work in the new hospital, and our project team says you guys have been great to work with, so thank you for that. I am supportive of the staff's report with one exception. The current St. Paul site remains severely impacted by the view cone of B1 Charleston seawall, which covers approximately 3/4 of the site. St. Paul's is currently zoned as a low 6 times density, but the adjacent site to the southeast has an improved density of 13 times, as it is not in the view cones. Other sites in the area have been approved for a density of up to 20 times. These accepted densities cannot be achieved at the current St. Paul site without removing the effect of view cone B1. Using historical CAC costs, and I want to quantify some numbers for you, as an additional density value, at an additional density value of $200 per square foot at 12 times density, this site would produce $261 million in CACs, which would benefit go directly to benefit the city. If densities of 18 times were allowed, over $500 million would be available, enabling additional affordable rental units, money for their construction, community amenities for the site and the West End, and general revenue for the city. Additionally, the scale and increased height would enable world-class architecture on the downtown core's highest land point and on one of the 2 major streets. Finally, if the density is increased due to a contractual arrangement with the owner, Concord Pacific, new revenue will flow to New Providence's new health and life sciences campus, which is currently emerging as the anchor for the False Creek Flats Innovation Zone. 100% of these revenues will benefit the people of Vancouver through better health and economic growth associated with the burgeoning life science industry as Providence develops the Jim Pattison Medical Center into a world-class center for medical care and life sciences. Unfortunately, the wording of 2 clauses creates ambiguity, with 3.43 requiring the project to maintain the existing views to the Lions, and clause 3.42 potentially allowing encroachment. Under rezoning, the project will undergo a series of robust city-led processes to maximize public benefits and be subject to council's approval. More certainty is needed as the development and the developer to fully commit financially to a design process which will cause them to spend tens of millions of dollars for the city's largest development site. I advocate the city either remove view cone B1, particularly as the view cone D, Heather Bay, is very similar and just a short walk away, or amend the staff report to clarify that exceptional downtown sites will be permitted to encroach into view cone B1 and not just may be permitted. Thank you very much.
Thanks very much. Okay. Thank you for coming in. Our 4th speaker is Russell Wong, and he's on the phone. There's a presentation, I believe.
Can you hear me okay?
You can hear you. Just make sure you've got a presentation. So we're just putting that on the screen. Great, done. Go ahead, Russell.
All right, thank you. Hello, my name is Russell Wong. I'm calling to support making the city's view cone policy less restrictive. Over the years, city councils have created more and more regulations for new housing, which take a lot of staff time to enforce and to negotiate. To build more housing faster, we really need to set priorities instead of saying that everything else is more important than housing. Next slide, please. People want to live and work here, and other people want... Sorry, next slide, please. People want to live and work here, and other people want to build housing for them. The problem is we regulate new housing like it's a nuclear power plant, and we tax it like it's a gold mine. The result is that housing is extremely scarce and expensive, making us all worse off. Judging by Reddit, people really do appreciate the natural beauty of Vancouver's setting, so it's good that the view cones aren't being simply removed entirely. Out of the 18 viewpoints, only 2 are being recommended for removal, Laurel Land Bridge and Chocolate Park. At those 2 points, trees have already been blocking the views for years. Next slide, please. We always need to weigh costs and benefits. Land in Vancouver is limited by the ocean and the mountains, so it's never going to be cheap. But there's no good reason for apartments to be so scarce, expensive, and tiny. I think a reasonable approach would be to allow small apartment buildings everywhere. But where land is particularly expensive and it makes sense to build high-rises, we should allow them to be somewhat taller, reducing the cost of land per square foot of floor space. I went down to False Creek on the weekend to see the specific views that are protected. This photo is from the Charleston seawall viewpoint. What I found surprising is that it's a beautiful view, but you're mostly seeing the water, the sky, and the downtown skyline. The view cone opens up a gap in the skyline like a missing tooth. If you really focus on it, you can see the lions off in the distance, but because they're so far away, they look tiny. So this illustrates the costs and the benefits. The benefit is being able to look through and see those mountains off in the distance. The opportunity cost here is that you can't build much on some of the most expensive land in Vancouver. Next slide, please. You get a better view of the mountains looming over downtown if you're further up the hill instead of looking up at the buildings. So the main views will be from the streets and sidewalks running north-south. This photo is from Oaken 7th in the wintertime. Next slide, please. As a side note, the report also recommends increasing the restrictiveness of shadow policy, which I find puzzling. It's basically saying that there's strict limits within a couple blocks to the south of any park or school because you can't have a shadow on the site during the daytime at the spring and fall equinoxes. The opportunity cost here seems large and the benefits seem limited. The sun moves, so shadows move. And children aren't houseplants, so they can also move. Even if the policy is negotiable, that takes time. Thank you.
Thanks, Russell. Okay. Good timing. Our next speaker is on the phone, Peter Dowdy. Peter, are you there? Oh, disconnected. Okay, we'll just move to the next person and then we'll try and go back and see if he's there. Carrie Verschere, you're in person, so great. Nice to see you. Thanks very much, and you have 3 minutes.
I'm in opposition to taking out view cones. And I used to live in Vancouver, but now I live on a little farm in Webster's Corners. I think the view cones of the mountains that frame are part of the magic. That frame the mountains are part of the magic that is Vancouver, and they belong to us all. And once these views are gone, they're gone forever. I find almost like your allies, this council, because of the mandate when you ran that you, I quote, "We see significant opportunities for more laneway homes, duplexes, townhouses, low-rise and mid-rise apartments throughout the city. But it may not be appropriate in absolutely every single neighborhood to have 6-story buildings. ABC does not believe in a one-size-fits-all for every neighborhood." I urge each and every one of you to understand your role as a councillor and as mayor, and realize that changing the face of Vancouver by taking away these views, which has made us a world-class and world-renowned city, is not your right, nor was it brought forth pre-election. I would never have believed these view cones set in 1989 would ever be challenged. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Okay. All right, we're going to go back to Peter Dowdy, who I believe is on the phone. Peter, are you there?
Yes, I am.
All right, you have 3 minutes.
Hello, my name is Peter Dowdy. I'm a Vancouver resident and a member of Vancouver Area Neighbours Association, and I'm calling in to support this proposal. In 2023, Councillor Meisner said, "We don't have a views crisis or a shadows crisis, we have a housing crisis." And that's exactly right. The supporters of the view cone policy assert that Vancouver is renowned for its natural beauty. And I urge them to update their worldviews, because today Vancouver is still renowned, but for its high housing costs. Like San Francisco, the term Vancouver has become a byword for housing dysfunction. So if we're trying to make Vancouver a world-class city, then we're not going to make it such by preserving views people can't live in. However, I think this is just one step of many that we need to take in order to reform planning in Vancouver. This enables a lot of housing, but there are still many legacies of the planning practices brought in by Team in the 1970s that need to be fixed. But more than that, I believe that there's also a mindset that needs to be fixed. I heard things that I found frustrating during this council meeting. One of them was the fear that increased land values would cause housing to become more expensive. Housing economists agree that that causation is backwards. High housing costs create high land values. The other thing that frustrated me was the view that this would enable some kind of developer bonanza and that we should tax or otherwise compel non-housing outcomes from these sites. The bonanza is housing. So in conclusion, we don't have a view cone crisis. We don't have a shadow crisis, but we do have an anti-housing mindset crisis. I applaud this move, and I hope it's the first step of multiple good steps towards changing the way that we view housing in this city. Thank you.
Thank you, Peter. All right. Our next speaker is Frank Heinzelman on the phone.
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you have 3 minutes.
Thank you. My name is Frank Heinzelman. I have been a resident of Vancouver for about 35 years. I'm against the motion to change the protected view corridor policy. The proposed amendments to the existing view corridor policy are of great public interest. I urge this council to defer the staff report and consult the public first about this crucial issue. It is imperative that you fully and honestly engage with the public about the proposed overall policy to eliminate cherished public view corridors. The democratic process demands that you openly and directly engage the public when you decide about the disposition of specific protected views. Before you do all that, you must inform the public about the options. Publishing a technical report 1 week before City Council intends to vote on such a fundamental proposal in the dark days of summer is not good enough. These protected public views are an inherent amenity of what makes Vancouver so special and beautiful. They benefit everyone, rich people and less well-off people. Seeing these iconic views daily contributes immensely to the livability of the city. Other cities would love to have our views and scenery, and you want to squander it for what? Our city's challenge is housing affordability for the average Vancouverite who lives, works, and raises a family here. Will increasing some high-rises in the downtown core from, say, 25 to 35 or 40 stories mitigate housing affordability? No. We know that none of the additional proposed housing units will be affordable. They will be happily snatched up by international and domestic investors, and they will greatly benefit the high-end developers pushing for the relaxation of the view corridor policy for their own financial benefit. They will not benefit the average Vancouverite. An effect of your proposed policy change will be to further decrease the livability in this city and to diminish the daily excitement to appreciate the gorgeous public views. Do not tinker with the protected view corridors on the basis of a flimsy report. The public is not behind you. Vancouver views are iconic and crucial for the public, even when you're standing at a red light on Granville Street heading into the city. People have a lot of challenges in this city, especially regarding housing affordability. Don't take the public benefit of the protected views away for the highly dubious argument that it will increase affordable housing. We all know that the additional housing you might gain won't be affordable and won't benefit the average Vancouverite. So please defer the staff report and consult the public first once you have exhausted all other efforts to increase housing affordability in the city. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you for speaking. Our next speaker is in person, Deborah Jang. Thank you. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you for this opportunity. Destroying or dramatically cutting into our protected view cones because there is a housing crisis is at least mismatched thinking, minimally a faulty point of view. Even if every single future development were below market housing, Has anyone established it would keep pace to provide homes for the updated number of people projected to arrive, much less the current number of people currently searching? View corridors are an intentional visual oasis, an intentional reprieve from the hard, ungiving, ever-increasing concrete so oppressive to emotional well-being. Eliminating Laurel Bridge View because staff failed to maintain vegetation is an example of mismatched thinking and raises questions. In honesty, all visitors I've brought to Laurel Bridge have commented appreciatively on the unexpected greenery, including the clear view of the mountains and downtown skyline. This includes the view from Chocolate Park. Dramatically cutting into and destroying our view corridors is contrary, inconsistent to what is highly appreciated by tax-paying voters, Vancouver residents. View corridors are like your younger years, council, mayor, city staff, gone forever and cannot be brought back. I wonder what the real reasons are, who really benefits for eliminating the views Vancouver is so well known for. From the July 3rd release of the staff report to now, the time to consult on this highly consequential decision is too short. Have the justifications been fully substantiated from all interested perspectives, including especially the people who live with the consequences? Thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you for coming in to speak. Our next speaker is Stacey Hutton, I believe, in person here.
Hello, everyone. Yes, I'm Stacey Hutton. I'm a resident of Vancouver, and I'm opposed to the recommendations in its current form and on this day. I'm not opposed to looking at the view cones and making changes. I'm not opposed to increasing density. I'm not even opposed to high towers. I'm just opposed to it because it wasn't actually involving public engagement. There was no consultation. There wasn't even much advertisement of, you know, what is a view cone? I think most people in Vancouver didn't even know that view cones were what was giving us these views. So I think I heard about it when there was a first proposal made, but then thinking, well, I'll get more involved and learn a bit more about it as we got closer and they started involving the public. I had no idea there was going to be no public engagement whatsoever. And then on Sunday, I saw that they're going to be voting on it today. So I did a quick read through it. I haven't even read the whole document. It's pretty good, but I just was like, well, some of these places look kind of weird to me, like Chocolate Park, and I can't believe everyone's mentioning Chocolate Park. But the picture that's put in that thing is quite biased. It's not really, like, I feel like the camera was put right into the bushes. You can see lots of views if you did go down to the lower level, but I appreciate and totally understand that that lower level is not accessible to most people. And that's a short-sightedness, I think, on parks initially, not making it ramp accessible for all abilities, because that view down there is $1 million. It is amazing. When I was there, I spent 3 minutes there. There was about 5 different groups. There's healthcare workers, because that's their break area. There's a lot of healthcare workers in that area. They didn't even know that it was a protected view cone. Nobody knew it was actually going to potentially disappear. So there's a lot of lack of communication with the public on this. And I think how the report was, the fact that that Chocolate Park one was so biased in its presentation makes me question a lot of it. The other one, when you move the origin point, I feel like you've moved the origin point to satisfy what you're trying to achieve in terms of getting higher buildings. So the other one that I take exception to is the Cambie Street one. We're very close here at Cambie Street to all the hospitals and such. So I don't know if you've been, I mean, Vancouver is a great place to live, but we are also dying here. We're in the hospitals, we're in the cancer agency just around the corner. When you are there and you can sometimes only get wheeled out for a bit by a loved one, or if you're stuck in there and you're the one pushing the person, you don't necessarily go to where the Walking Figures Plaza is. It is about the street view. So that is actually, I feel like we've taken away from appreciating the view that you get along the street itself. I feel like you've really satisfied in trying to say you still get a view of this certain area if you go to this plaza that is not very accessible to most people. So I think you need to involve the public, and I think you need to bring your focus back to satisfying, like, what was that view cone about? Just taking that origin spot really impacts things a lot to all. It doesn't make it accessible to all for a lot of people now.
Thanks very much for that. That's your time. Very good. Okay, our next speaker is Margot Bell, supposedly in person. No sign of Margot. Okay. Then on the phone, we have Jane Talbot.
So, as you know, I'm the president and CEO of the Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. We represent the interest of 8,000 members across 90 blocks of the Central Business District downtown, and we are impacted by 21 of the 38 existing view cones. I'm speaking today to express our support for staff recommendations to modernize public view guidelines. We are satisfied with the recommendations, and we believe the amendments balance the city's need to deliver additional housing, hotel rooms, and employment spaces while protecting the beloved public viewpoints that help make Vancouver such an incredible place to be. It is widely recognized that the geographical constraints of the downtown peninsula present challenges for growth. Additional development height in suitable areas will help downtown continue to serve as the economic center of a growing region. Additionally, we have been strong advocates for addressing both the child care and hotel room shortages, and we welcome these amendments as opportunities to help Vancouver keep pace with the city's growing population and tourism demand. Of particular interest for Downtown Van is the recommendation that Council direct staff to initiate a review of Public View 12.3 and a potential new view origin point to be included in the ongoing Granville Street planning program. This recommendation can help holistically align an amended view with the future development of Granville Street. Thank you all for your time today, and thank you to city staff for the work that went into developing and presenting this comprehensive report. As I mentioned, we are in support, and I believe it adequately addresses several needs of the downtown community.
Thank you very much for calling in. Okay, next speaker is Jode Sandu on the line. Jode, are you there? So not there. Our next speaker is Farouk Baboul. Farouk, are you there?
Yep, can you hear me?
You bet. Go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Dear Acting Mayor and Council, thank you so much for the opportunity to share my thoughts. My name is Farouk Baboul, and I'm Vice President of Development at Intercorp. As a resident of Vancouver, first let me express my support for the work that has been undertaken to date to modernize the view cones. Staff presentation did clarify the implementation strategy, but I still do have some recommendations. I support the goal of unlocking development potential to address our city's evolving needs. However, in my opinion, the livability of the city is not based on static points, but rather an overall experience that comes from access to housing, jobs, arts, culture, recreation, and other amenities that we are so crucially lacking. I feel that the new public view guidelines doesn't go far enough, and the trade-offs between density and amenity is not well explained or understood. In my work at Intercorp, we proposed the redevelopment of a site at Harrow and Thurlow and studied the Heather Bay view cone. As you know, the last time staff undertook the view cones with public engagement was nearly 15 years ago as part of the Downtown Capacity and View Corridor study. I draw your attention to the findings of the study, which I believe are still relevant today. It revealed that residents prioritized locations over specific vantage points for enjoying the views. Heather Bay ranked low in priority and received significant support for elimination due to its limited visibility and little surrounding North Shore context. The lines are only visible in optimal weather and are blocked by sailboat masts in the foreground. Furthermore, the lines are so far away that it's difficult to see with the naked eye. This is apparent in the staff presentation on page 20, which shows the photograph at a 2x zoom, which is in fact not the reality. I urge Council to consider removing the Heather Bay view cone entirely, unlocking nearly 2 million square feet of actual immediate development potential. Alternatively, the definition of exceptional sites should not be restricted to those only exceeding 2 acres. Secondly, I wanted to just address the proposed shattering restrictions and raise a concern. The expansive definition of public space extends beyond parks and plazas to encompass commercial high streets. This broad application is problematic as research indicates that density drives foot traffic more effectively than sun exposure alone, particularly crucial for retail viability. In fact, some high streets such as Robson have the greatest foot traffic outside of daylight hours. The restrictions proposed would be applied to many village areas without an individual approach and an understanding of the total impact of the restrictions. So in conclusion, while I support the intent of the updating policies, I urge Council to amend the current recommendations. Thank you for your consideration.
Thanks very much. Okay, our next speaker is Robin Tavender. Robin, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
You have 3 minutes, yes.
Thank you. So, first off, my name's Robin Tavender. I'm one of the Standing Water people. We are a mobile Indigenous people, and in our cosmology, we live in the light and are guided by our ancient oral law, which is our sovereign and our inheritance. And so for us, light is a very important thing, and what you're really restricting here when you remove these very, very good pieces of municipal machinery, these view cones, you're going to take light away from people, the light reflecting off of the mountains and the other parts of the natural heritage that God or nature or the Creator or whatever term you use for it, whether you believe they're impersonal forces that the Greeks called eris, that just evolved all of this stuff out of a sort of churning swirl, you're removing all that and it'll never come back. And it'll never come back, and then we will be closer. Not that we don't already live in a concrete dystopia. It's quite unlivable. It's already quite unlivable, and the problem is there's always more people who want to live in a place that's less livable than the place that's being altered. I mean, the idea that you need more space for people, offices, etc. Well, why don't the city staff get tasked by council with figuring out the maximum carrying capacity for Vancouver and then work from there? Because I've been around these meetings quite a while. I've never heard anyone say that our target maximum population is this. And if you don't have a target maximum, it seems to me that all of this planning is very difficult. And of course, if you don't have a target maximum, then the profiteers who want to take the creation and turn it into a sort of monetized hellhole, they will always find an excuse for why it's in line with current practices in the business of commodifying the inheritance we all got from the Creator into, more and more density and more concrete and glass. I guess particularly I want to suggest that the change in viewpoints in Queen Elizabeth Park, if I've interpreted the report correctly, concerned me quite a bit. Just there was one specific little bit there. I think I've got the report here. Only 45 seconds left. I hate the clock. It's one of those colonial imperialist things that my people didn't have. Being governed by a clock in some sense means the whole game is already over. Who gets to control the clock gets to control everything. But I see that there is a delete from public view list on page 15, 3.24a. And I just can't imagine why you'd delete that view. I just can't imagine why you would want to take one of these world-class destination parks, as I guess some of the people like to call them, and obstruct the view of the North Shore with concrete and other disgusting industrial materials. But maybe some people like an H.R. Geiger alien-style sci-fi dystopia. One never can tell. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, our next speaker is Josh Anderson on the phone.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, 3 minutes.
Great, thank you. Yes, my name is Josh Anderson. I'm with Nicola Wealth Real Estate, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I'm calling in to voice my support for the citywide development guideline changes to public views, shadows, and building floor plates. With major population growth, significant infrastructure investments in rapid transit, and a well-documented housing crisis, making these strategic amendments to public views will make a major difference in the ability to deliver housing and workspace both in and out of the downtown. City staff have done an excellent job updating these views to reflect the growth in our city and the constraints that the existing built environment have to these existing public views. The recommendations have kept the spirit of the public views while removing or amending redundant ones to reflect the current and future needs of our city. We are a different city with different needs from when these views were originally conceptualized over the last 3 decades. As for what these changes can do to unlock housing and public benefits, I'll provide you a specific example of one of our projects at the corner of 7th and Canby. We currently have a live rezoning application for a 9-story office building, one of a handful of sites less than 200 meters from not one but 2 Canada Line stations in the heart of Vancouver's second downtown. Our application doesn't come anywhere close to delivering on the objectives of heightened density from the Broadway plan. The height and density, of course, were capped by the current public views 9.1 and 9.2 down Canby Street. As the panoramic views are objectively a stunning feature of Canby and Broadway, staff are not completely removing these views. They're strategically amending them in a way that bring the viewpoints to an appropriate public space as opposed to the middle of the street, adjacent to the Canada Line station, amending the angles of the views to simultaneously unlock the potential of certain strategic development opportunities in Uptown. This move will allow us to meet the objectives of the Broadway plan with our site and not only deliver workspace, but an additional up to 200 rental housing units, including approximately 40 affordable units, right next to these 2 major transit stations. This is just one example of how these changes can bring more meaningful housing at a critical public transit infrastructure location and still retaining the original spirit of public views. I commend Council and staff for taking on this important work, and I encourage Council to vote in favor of these recommendations. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Okay, we are now at time. We have to take a break, given that it is noon, procedure bylaws. So we will recess and come back at 1 p.m.
Hey, hi everyone. Good afternoon and welcome back to Standing Committee. We're going to continue with our speakers on the item. So our next speaker is Speaker 16, Sean Cassidy, on in person or on the line. It says in person, but I think he's on the line. We don't have Sean on the line. Okay, we'll circle back to them. Next speaker is Speaker 17, Bobo Irish. We have Bobo on the line. Okay, we're going to circle back to them. Next speaker is Speaker 18, Russell Cheong. We have Russell on the line. Do we know if we have Russell on the line? Technical problem. Do you want to maybe take a recess? 5 minutes? Yeah? Okay, we're just going to take a short recess here to sort out our technical issue. Okay, hi everybody. Sorry for that minor delay there, but we've resolved the technical issue and we have Speaker 17, Bobo Irish on the line. Bobo, good afternoon.
Hi, can you hear me this time?
Yes, please go ahead.
Okay, perfect. Hi, yeah, my name is Bobo Irish. I'm a resident of Vancouver and I'm also a member of the Vancouver Area Neighbours Association. I'm speaking today in support of the changes to the view cone policy, but in opposition to the solar access guidelines that are being proposed to extend to the areas outside of downtown. While listening to the staff presentation and previous speakers, I've been getting increasingly frustrated about the concept of the view cones being referred to only as a public benefit without sufficient attention being paid to the public cost of maintaining them. A few years ago, I remember hearing that the new St. Paul's Hospital helicopter landing pad was going to intrude onto a view cone, and this was causing some problems and required an exemption. I thought that was the end of it until hearing from one of the earlier speakers today about how the entire hospital had to be redesigned around the view cones and just the cost associated with limiting the height of a new hospital, which we sorely need. With regards to housing, there was an affordable housing project at 508 Drake that had to be built as a triangle instead of a rectangle to avoid intruding into a view cone at the loss of tons of social housing units. And this is just one example of the public costs of these view cones. Bringing affordability to Vancouver is going to require a mindset change at the city that treats housing itself as the benefit, because more housing moves us down the supply and demand curve towards lower prices. When we need to allow more housing downtown, we're limited in height by the view cones. When we need to build more housing in the neighborhoods, we're limited by neighborhood character, or shadows, or parking, or facade guidelines, or roof angles, or the number of front doors that we have, or FSR limits, or endless numbers of things. So I'm really glad that this view cone review was brought forward by council, and especially that the review has recognized how many of these views have actually been useless for so long because they've been overgrown with trees. And so the view that we're protecting is no longer actually relevant, but it's still there in terms of the regulation. And so we need a recognition of the actual cost and the public cost of these sort of regulations. The solar access guidelines are yet more restrictions that are going to require more time and effort in order for any new development to comply with. By limiting the height of the buildings near parks in order to provide this quote-unquote public benefit of sun on the park at a specific time on a specific day, staff are also introducing a public cost by limiting how many people can live near the park. We have long recognized that living near parks is good People like to do it because it provides some additional outdoor space, it provides some greenery, including a lot of the trees, and yet we're making it harder for people to do so. This is a public cost. Given how critical our current housing shortage is, any policy like this that limits housing needs to be matched with ones that actually give back what was lost so we can move towards improving affordability. But even that means you're adding more regulations that it's going to take more time in order to comply with, and makes it harder for us to get ahead of our housing problem. Livability features are pretty insignificant if people can't actually afford to live in the city.
Sorry, Bobo. I'm sorry to cut you off, but we're at 3 minutes. Thanks so much. Appreciate you calling in. We'll now go to speaker 18, Russell Cheong. Do we have Russell on the line?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can, Russell. You have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Great. Good afternoon. My name is Russell Cheong. I'm a lifelong Vancouverite and a normal citizen with no financial incentive to remove the view cones, and I speak in opposition to the recommendations. I feel lucky to have grown up in a city with protected public views. I know that Vancouver is rare. It's one of the few cities to have the foresight to protect this vital public resource, which does so much for the livability and unique character of our city. These views are powerful reminders of our place in the world, and sightlines to the North Shore Mountains or City Hall are a huge part of what makes Vancouver, Vancouver. I don't have a view from where I live, but these public views help me feel connected to our environment and give respite from the urban jungle. I understand that the city has an affordability issue. I feel it myself. But so drastically reducing and eliminating view cones won't solve that. Building at the heights to hit the existing view cones would simply allow developers to pad their profits by selling off the views that once belonged to the public. Because building costs increase exponentially with height, there's such a slim chance that opening the floodgates to develop over our common heritage would actually result in meaningful changes to affordability, not to mention, of course, the increases in property values as a result of increased development potential. Rather than manufacture a shadow and views crisis, there is so much more other land in the city that could actually be used to address affordability, increasing density more moderately, for example, through the swaths of exclusively single-family neighborhoods on the west side. Turning to the report, many of the suggested removals are based on issues of foliage and existing encroachment. This fails to consider the fact that the foliage is thinner in the winter and sets a dangerous precedent that eroding the integrity of publicly protected views will encourage the city to get rid of them entirely. Not only that, the recommendations fail to consider the outsized impact that point origin view cones can have on protecting incidental views, light access, and public views from other vantage points throughout the city. These views, open to all, no matter the social or economic background, race, class, or identity, are a public resource that we have the responsibility to protect for future generations. They should not be open to enclosure by economic elites or subject to private monopolization. Following the recommendations would reduce equitable access to space and voice in the city and run counter to guidance from the UN and the New Urban Agenda, as well as the UNESCO Historic Urban Landscape recommendations and other documents. This is an important part of the city, and I don't think that it should be hidden away. This decision should be hidden away in a quiet Wednesday meeting where most people like myself are stuck at the office with less than a week to review the report. If there's a desire to so drastically and irreversibly damage our city, the decision should be put to the people. I speak in total opposition to the recommendations and ask that if the council truly wishes to proceed with this, that they seriously consider the views of the public as was done in 2010. The thing is, once we lose these views, they're gone forever. A generation down the line, I don't want to be telling kids about how good things were. I want them to be able to see it for themselves and know that we had a say in the matter. Thank you.
Hey, thanks very much. Speaker 19, Lorian Henson.
Good afternoon. My name's Lorian Henson. I'm a 20-year resident of Vancouver, and I support more housing and higher density. Although I am a renter, I oppose the proposed amendments of the view protection guidelines that would eliminate and shrink protected view cones in our beautiful city. I appreciate the work the city staff have done to propose modernizing the view cone guidelines. However, there's been a lack of public engagement about these changes that would delete and reduce Vancouver's protected public views. I've had the pleasure of experiencing the beauty of each view cone along my various long-distance running routes around the city. Did you know that Vancouver's iconic marathon routes showcase 20 view cones, including the iconic view cones from Cambie Street? These protected public views of the mountains and our city are a cherished amenity that everyone in Vancouver can enjoy. These views are integral to our city's identity, brand, and significantly contribute to the mental health and overall well-being to our residents. I urge you to consider the long-term implications. Protecting Vancouver's public views is essential for our community's well-being, economic vitality, and environmental health. I respectfully encourage that Council defer voting about the view protection guidelines as presented until after City Council have completed broad public consultation that will allow Vancouver residents to weigh in on protecting these public view cones. Thank you.
Okay, thanks very much for calling in. Well, now Speaker 20 is withdrawn. We'll go to Speaker 21, Amira Yeltsin. Not present. Okay, we will circle back to them. Speaker 22 is Peter Odegaard.
Hello, good afternoon.
Hi, Peter.
My name is Peter Odegaard. Thank you. My name is Peter Odegaard. I'm not a resident of the City of Vancouver. However, I am an architect and a partner with MCM Architects. Our office is located downtown Vancouver, and we have an extensive history working on tall buildings in the city under the existing view cone policy. I'm calling in today to voice our support for the proposed amendments and guidelines, particularly those for public views. We see these amendments as a continuation of Vancouver's evolution as an exemplary city that balances its unique geographical character with city building required to meet regional goals. I want to commend staff for their nuanced approach to addressing the specifics in the view cones that have significant impacts on delivering housing, hotel, and job space in our city. To give you a sense of the impact this policy has, when a client comes to us with a site, one of the very first things we look at is the view cone map. Oftentimes, one or more view cones will limit our ability to deliver allowable densities by policy or zoning, limiting potential housing or job space in the city. Our firm has studied specific view cones on many occasions and observed that small changes to an origin point and or the extent of view cones can have a significant impact. This equates to preserving key views while allowing for the city to respond to housing needs and other priorities. Again, I think staff have done an excellent job in providing a balanced approach to something that is both extremely broad, views of mountains, etc., and very specific, being a singular point on a map. So in closing, again, I want to reiterate my support for the proposed public view guidelines, and thank you to council and staff for your work in taking this on, and thank you for your time.
Great. Thanks so much, Peter, for calling in today. Next speaker is Speaker 23, Melody Ma. Melody, please go ahead.
I'm Melody Ma, and I'm a resident of Vancouver. I oppose the public view recommendations. A city staff member today mentioned that adjusting the views encourages development that will boost our civic image, but I argue that boosting our civic image on the world stage is to actually keep our mountain views publicly accessible. People come to Vancouver for our beautiful mountain views, not because of glass towers. The removal of the Cambie Street and Cambie Bridge public views are especially concerning because these iconic public views are located at a major transit hub where thousands enjoy the views every day for free. Also, the adjusted Cambie View origin point, where it is at the Walking Figures location, is not actually a protected public space, so the view can disappear and be obstructed at any time. Lastly, there's no need to eliminate this view this drastically because of so-called exceptional sites that haven't even gone through the entire public planning process. The last time there was a review on view cones, there was comprehensive public consultation, not some straw man Reddit poll. And the result of that public consultation was that Vancouverites treasure the public views, and in fact, views were added as part of that consultation, not removed. But this time around, there has been no public engagement, as other speakers have noted, particularly with people in Chinatown and the downtown east side who will be disproportionately impacted by the gentrification from development by the removal of several view cones like the one in Olympic Village. Folks from Chinatown and downtown east side have already rejected higher buildings in the area through extensive public processes involving city council only a few years ago, because I was actually part of it. So it's disingenuous to claim otherwise. To reiterate, public views are public spaces, and as Councillor Bly said, they are a public benefit. Ultimately, the choice you're making today is between keeping public views public so that everyone can enjoy it, or to privatize them so that only the wealthiest can access them. City councils before you have deliberately chosen to protect and steward these public views for the public in the last 30 years. But by approving these recommendations, you are undoing that stewardship by privatizing our public commons so that the rich will become richer. Once you remove these public views, it's irreversible. please don't sell off our public views. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Melody. Speaker 24, Owen Brady. Not on the phone? No, okay, we can circle back to them. Speaker 25 has withdrawn, as has Speaker 26. Speaker 27 is Mary Beth Rondo. Do we have Mary Beth on the line?
I'm here.
Hi, Mary. So you have 3 minutes. Please go ahead.
Thank you, Mary Beth Rondo. I've lived in Vancouver all my life. I'm a retired architect and worked as an urban designer for 15 years in the city of Vancouver. I want to start by commending the City Council and last term's council for doing the difficult job of effecting significant change in Vancouver and specifically to address the very real housing crisis we find ourselves in. However, I think council is in danger of throwing the baby out with the bathwater. I speak to oppose aspects of the view cone guidelines. I've reviewed the report as best I could in the short period of time, and I did send a PDF. If you have a chance to look at it, it has pictures. So to start with, keep Chocolate Park views. I went down there, took a look at it. As far as I can tell, there are 2 large shrubs in the way. The mature trees have grown up, they've been limbed up, and they frame the view quite nicely. So we're talking about 2 shrubs getting in the way. An earlier speaker mentioned that those pictures are misleading. The City of Vancouver website says, although views at this location are partially obscured by vegetation, regular maintenance should restore the full views. In addition, Chocolate Park is right at the bottom of the list of the amount of square footage being delivered. It's not in the millions, it's in the hundreds, around 200,000 square meters out of 10 to 20 million square meters. That's 1%. It's not worth throwing this one out. Moving on to Cambie and Broadway. Many speakers have spoken about this. It's a nexus of 2 transit lines. There is a view being retained there. That's good. It's from the Plaza Park, but I will go down to the intersection of Broadway where those massive volumes of pedestrians are walking about, and I would look at it a little more closely, and I've got a picture or pictures of that as well. So then on these street end views that are so important, I look at Laurel Street briefly, and I would add a view cone here. I know it's not popular. I don't think it would take away all that important amount of housing square footage. It's at the Laurel Street where medical district people with health issues need reprieve. It's high up, and interestingly then, moving to my last issue, is it connects down to the Laurel Land Bridge, which has many similar issues to Chocolate Park. Yes, there are mature trees. I heard staff say that Parks Board does not recommend pruning these trees, but with just a little pruning, all those views can be gotten back. It is very important. And again, Laurel Land Bridge is very small square footage. So I think in closing, I will say, echo many of the other speakers. I'm sort of amazed that these view cones can be deleted or adjusted with no public consultation. Nobody I know knows about this. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you for calling in. All right, our next speaker is Vance Harris. Vance, are you on the line?
I am on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, please. You have 3 minutes.
Great. Thank you. Thank you to council and staff. I appreciate the chance to participate in this process. I am a resident of Vancouver. I am an architect and a partner at Dialogue. I'm calling in general support of the modernization of the view cone guidelines without delving into specifics on any particular site or view cone. Recognizing the importance of the view cones and what they were established to achieve, I think they've done an incredible job in creating the city we have today, but the city we have today is in a very different urban and economic and global climate than the one that existed when the policy was first drafted. So I see the evolution of the view cone policy as both intelligent and well-timed. I appreciate that it's trying to strike a balanced and complementary approach to how to address these other challenges and is not in and of itself the answer or the impediment to any of these changes. Totally appreciating that a lot of folks would go to a natural end state and assume that changing the view cone would lead to larger buildings. That could happen, but that would be the result of site-by-site rezonings. And I can attest through decades of professional experience that the rigor with which the city process addresses site-by-site rezonings, Vancouver is in good hands in being assured that the quality of development would be very high. Without a site-by-site rezoning, removing the view cone restriction actually gives more flexibility in where to place density and mass on site. And that might not seem intuitive to go from views to streetscape and public realm, but actually having more choices of and more flexibility in where to land density on a site can have a dramatic impact on how a building fits into its neighborhood and impacts that ground plane and urban realm. So I would reiterate, I think this is an intelligent next step and support the modernization of the guideline. Thank you.
Thanks very much. Thank you for calling in. Okay, our next speaker is Michael Reed on the line. Are you there, Michael? Oh, you're in the chamber. Okay, great.
Thank you. I did print copies of our comments. Am I allowed to circulate those?
Clerk, circulate those for you.
Thank you. Good morning, Council. My name is Michael Reed, and I work on the development team at GWL Realty Advisors. We represent long-term, conservative institutional capital and are active developers, managers of purpose-built rental housing and job space in Vancouver. I'm here to speak today in support of the recommended amendments to the view corridors, also to address significant concerns relating to the criteria for higher buildings in the downtown and proposed solar access guidelines. We would like to commend Council on the initiative to review the old view protection guidelines. Staff have completed a thorough and thoughtful review of the historic view corridors and have suggested some strategic amendments that will help achieve Council's objectives of increasing development capacity and address the housing crisis in Vancouver. The study reported on by staff considers a detailed empirical analysis of the development potential unlocked by the adjustments to some historic view cones, which translates into real incremental capacity for homes and job space. We feel that staff have reached a reasonably balanced approach to altering or deleting antiquated view corridors while maintaining many important views for public benefit. However, the report does contain a few surprises that the industry as a whole has not had adequate time to review or consult on. Firstly, and importantly, the staff report recommends a new solar access guidelines for the entire city, which have the potential to undermine the incremental density achieved from the recommended view corridor amendments. Unfortunately, these guidelines lack the same thoughtful and thorough analysis on developed capacity impacts as presented in the view corridor amendments. These guidelines propose to regulate shadow impacts on streets, public spaces, and parks across the city without presenting the inevitable trade-offs of the need for new housing to meet the current crisis. Whereas Recommendation A unlocks a thoroughly studied and clearly quantified impact on development capacity in the city, the proposed solar access guidelines will restrict development capacity, but the recommendation provides no data to help quantify the impact. We request that Council reject the solar access guidelines or defer adopting them until staff have had the opportunity to provide Council with the true impacts of such urban design policy on critical City Council housing objectives and provincial legal requirements. Secondly, with respect to the new higher buildings requirements for downtown, Section 3.4.1 adds a requirement that a parcel have a minimum site area of 1.98 acres to qualify for higher buildings in downtown. If approved, this could effectively nullify the higher buildings policy, except in the case of one or perhaps two sites in the entire downtown. None of the higher buildings that have been built in Vancouver thus far based on this policy, such as Shangri-La or Paradox, would qualify anymore based on this requirement. We don't see the empirical basis presented for this very specific 1.98 acre or 86,249 square foot site size, and we recommend this requirement be deleted. Section 3.4.4 attempts to add a land use requirement that higher buildings may only occur.
I just want to let you know you've reached
over time. Okay. You have my comments in writing. Thank you very much for your consideration.
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming in. Okay. Our next speaker is Stacy Taylor on the phone. Stacy, are you there? Stacy, are you there?
Hello.
Oh, hi there. Yeah, we hear you. You have 3 minutes.
Okay, good. You can hear me. Hello, I am a resident of Kitsilano, and I am calling in opposition to the view cone. Although I understand the housing crisis that we are in and the need for densification, they do not have to come at the loss of the view cones. Although I have read the report in full and some of them are antiquated, there are some view cones that can change, should be changed, and there is room for amendment. However, this can be done in the public sphere with public consultation. It seems rather backhanded to do it without. My point to the housing density is density can happen without affecting the view cones. We can still build 5 to 8 story buildings and increase the housing capacity, increase the workspace and everything without the super tall towers and without affecting the view cones. The view cones are there over many years of many councils having many meetings with lots of public consultation, and they're there to preserve the views for everyone and to keep Vancouver beautiful.
Okay, thanks very much, Stacy.
That's all. Thanks.
Okay, you bet. Thank you. Thank you for calling in. Okay, our next speaker is Colleen Hardwick. Colleen, are you on the line?
Yes, I am. Can you hear me?
Indeed, I do. Please go ahead. You've got 3 minutes.
So my name is Colleen Hardwick. I'm a born and raised Vancouverite and a former city councillor. Listening to the staff report today, I'm glad I was at home because I wanted to cry. I find it deeply disturbing that the current crew think that they know more than the legendary civil servants like Ray Spaxman and Larry Beasley and decades of seminal planning leadership. The loss of institutional memory is staggering. So let's unpack what's really going on here. First, the use of the term modernize is a mischaracterization and deliberate. View cones are not obsolete. This narrative serves, quote unquote, the industry. These policies, priorities favor the few who stand to profit, not the majority of people who call Vancouver home. The quote-unquote critical growth and development narrative has been crafted to promote growth on steroids and sky-high developer profit. Profit for the real estate development industry is apparently more important than protecting the public interest. So the priority becomes working with the industry, and we've heard that, for example, using vegetation as a rationale for obsolete view corridors in Chocolate Park, rather than for considered the people who live here. So why are we doing this? Because it's all about profit. Promoting growth is about profit. In contrast, managing growth is about livability, balancing housing, mobility, community amenities, and commercial activities. It's not the city's job to promote growth, nor is it the province's for that matter. It's the city's job to manage growth in the best interests of its present and future residents. The growth promotion agenda is positioned as unlocking development opportunity, but it's all about profit. Secondly, what is Vancouver without its views of the mountains, and why should rich people have exclusive access to those views? It's a conversion of the public to the private, with no benefit to the city whatsoever. This is yet another illustration of the democratic deficit displayed by the current City Hall regime. Quoting a few voices, planner Sandy James said, "Who gives a four-year council the right to undo 30 years of policy? The views are what make Vancouver really special. People don't come here to see towers. Those views are precious, and that's what makes us different as a city." Here's what Ray Spaxman had to say. "The current short-sightedness of those advocating further harming this particularly unique view of the Lions is awful. I support undertaking a review and update of current view protection policies, but narrow-minded interests should not prevail over a thorough evaluation of genuinely valuable assets." And listen, I'm not naive to think that my words will have any impact on council's decision making, but not to speak implies tacit approval. Therefore, I'm expressing my fierce opposition to staff recommendations. And as Larry Beasley suggested, we need a widespread, systemic, and multifaceted public engagement process before this can move forward.
And I'm afraid you've reached your time, but thank you for calling in. All right. Our next speaker is Nathaniel Funk.
Hello, are you there?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you, Chair and Councillors. Good afternoon. My name is Nathaniel Funk, Vice President of Development at Both Properties, and I am a Vancouver resident. First, I want to commend staff for the detailed and responsive report. I support staff and Council's initiative to balance view cones and shadowing with the need for housing. Updating the view cones will, in fact, unlock significant housing opportunity. For example, the proposed changes to the Creekside view cones J1.1 and 1.2 will enable additional secure rental housing for the Cohen Block, a redevelopment proposal at the former Army-Navy site. The proposed amendments to the Creekside view cone would enable the Cohen Block proposal to increase the number of rental housing units from approximately 190 to over 500 new rental units. 100% of these units are secure, purpose-built rentals with a range of affordable options targeted to local residents. Additional benefits of enabling the Cohen Block include preservation and restoration of an important heritage streetscape in Gastown, a partnership with BC Indigenous Housing Society, and a boost to vibrancy in Gastown with new local retail. Modernizing the view cone policy as staff proposed will positively impact the community through projects like the Cohen Block. Lastly, regarding shadow policies, I am concerned the proposed changes to increase shadow restrictions in both the application of time and area across the city may in fact hinder rapid housing development, contrary to the motion's intent. Therefore, I urge Council to balance shadow restrictions with the need for more housing. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, our next speaker is Ward Sturrett. Ward, are you there? Okay, not there. Our next speaker after that is Andrew Hawryluk.
Yes, hello, speaking. Can you hear me?
Please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Yeah, last name did pretty good job. Andrew Harlech, I'm a resident of Vancouver. Speaking in favor of the report, also supportive of the retention of many of the view cones in the report, like my favorite from Olympic Village that I saw just a moment ago in your slides. I'd also like Council to seek some minor amendments, however, particular to the view cone 3.2.4 from Queen Elizabeth Park. As Councillor Fry said earlier this week to CTV News, he had some reservations that there was no guarantee these changes would produce more affordable rental housing. This view cone, however, if changed, would do that. Actually, in staff's presentation of the proposed removal of 3.2.4A from Queen Elizabeth Park, you saw a slide represented by a 2-tower below-market rental rezoning project at 55 East 12th Street, which this is plan compliant. However, what wasn't shown in the slide is that the view cone above it chops off about 8 floors in total between the 2 towers, and this equals about 72 units of rental housing. These recommendations obviously did not appear to have considered this view cone, which is greatly limits market housing and below market housing in Mount Pleasant. Further north, the rezoning at 2520 Ontario Street in Broadway can only build to 21 stories. This includes the roof and the mechanical amenity penthouse that you see at the top, so it's really a 19-story building. This gives it about 16 stories of rental housing. What can be built here under the Broadway plan? A 30-story building. So this view cone, if it were amended, you could actually build these 30-story buildings, which would be under the Broadway plan, and it would only block the view of the city of North Vancouver's downtown. So no trees would be blocked. I would also recommend the same consideration that view cone 20 from Granville Street received. This was adjusted to consider the new tree line on the mountain range because of the homes in the British properties and some other developments, Sinnock and Broadway plan. The report's own recommendations to ensure the ability of sites to be built to their enabled maximums while protecting, essential views, especially considered that we want to maintain the best tenant protections that we have in the city and the Broadway plan. Due to the ridge that is here, that almost perfectly follows the view cone's path, height is further restricted, which I imagine was not captured by your calculation of the new net homes in the Broadway plan, or the financial analysis by the Coriolis report. This missed opportunity to update the view cone limits our new rental apartment buildings with consideration to the Broadway plan's rental replacement and tenant relocation policies. This does not seem to correlate with the report's own recommendations. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Okay, next speaker is Waltrud Grief.
Right, yes.
Great. Go ahead, please. You have...
Hello, thank you. Okay, I have lived in Vancouver for 55 years, and I do reject the proposal to reduce the existing view cones. If anything, they should be increased. Before any decisions are made, there should be more public engagement and with actual residents instead of developers. There will always be a housing shortage in Vancouver, and perhaps we should make sure that people who live here actually have access to accessible and available housing. Many of the buildings of affordable housing and limited to affordable housing instead of luxury condos rather than limit the view. I'm sorry, I have a bit of a vision problem, so it's a bit difficult for me. As the saying goes, if you build, they will come. Good news for the developers, not so much for those of us who want to live in with these beautiful views, clean air, and vibrant neighborhoods. View cones are what... Sorry, are we done?
No, you go ahead. You've got more time, sorry.
Okay, view cones are what protects us from being enveloped by a future concrete jungle. There seems to be little consideration given to sustainability as we face the only two real threats of climate change. Robbing us of the view cones is not about providing more housing for most people. High-rises are energy hogs, have a huge carbon footprint, and create an enormous amount of pollution. It's all worth having our view cones compromised or even taken away. Is it worth it? A concrete jungle is not conducive to a healthy lifestyle for any of us. That's it.
Thank you very much for calling in. Okay, we do want to go back to some of the callers that did not make it onto the line. I have Sean Cassidy. We heard from Sean either on the phone, not in person. Okay, so carry it forward. Just looking here. Amira Yelson, in person, not here, not on the line. Okay, very good. Owen Brady, Owen is on the line. Okay, Owen, you've got 3 minutes.
Thank you. Good afternoon, Chair, Classen, and Council. My name is Owen Brady, and I'm a Director of Abundant Housing Vancouver, and I strongly support the proposed changes to the view cones guidelines. The changes are a little too modest. The cones are views of a mountain backdrop and a city in the foreground. I recall that there was consultation on changes to the view cones as part of the Broadway plan process. People tended to prefer the clumping around stations, I think. Most of the changes simply reflect the reality of development elsewhere, such as up the mountains of the North Shore and the growth of trees. A view can't be popped like a balloon by a tower. It's still a view if there's a tower in the view. Relocation of view origins to better locations will make them more useful to people. I think the city could also look at creating new public views via privately owned public spaces, such as including public access to rooftop decks in commercial buildings as part of density bonusing policies. One big improvement the city should make for both the public view and shadowing policies is to work out the specific impacts on development potential citywide, so that the permitting process is more straightforward and studies are not required to determine a good estimate of the potential of any lot. If we want to streamline permitting and reduce speculation, We should also do everything practical to remove the guesswork and discretion from these policies. That is, to specify what the exceptions for flexibility are and how they will be fairly applied to any applicant. While I do not think it is the city's job to worry about private investors losing money by paying too much for land, it is very much the city's job to clearly state what development potential and costs actually are. Speaking of shadows, I ask the Council delay the changes to solar access policies until the impacts can be better studied, perhaps with some changes. I'm not sure that having the sun shining directly into classroom windows during school hours is the big win it's made out to be. Likewise, while sunshine on parks is certainly welcome, some shade is also an asset, and I'm sure opinions differ on whether direct sunlight on sidewalks is an asset or a liability. I know I walked in the shadows as much as I could at lunch today. I think a more mixed approach with specified limits to new shadowing rather than a ban would be more appropriate and, in fact, deliver better public amenity. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
All right, thanks very much. Okay, we've got one more name here to see. Ward Surratt. Did Ward come back? Seeing no. Okay, so that's the end of the speakers. Thank you for everyone who came to... Oh, okay. Yeah, you know what? My list, maybe, that's right. I did not circle them. Margot Bell is not here, and Jode Sandu. Okay, so that does conclude our speakers list. Thanks very much for everybody who came to speak. All right, may someone move the motion? Councillor Meisner, a second. Seconded by Councillor Kirby Young. Committee members, is there any discussion? Okay, Councillor Carr, you're on
Actually, if I can go after Councillor Joe, I'm just going to send an amendment in.
Okay, I'll just advance you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to ask a couple of questions through you, Chair, to the staff.
Please do.
Okay, thank you. So one question regarding one of the speaker, Peter Hall from the Simple Hospital Foundation. He has some question regarding the view cones that block the potential site for the Simple Hospital redevelopment. I'm just wondering, I think you said many times, but I just want to confirm that if the site is eligible for the exceptional policy.
Thank you for the question. As this goes up, the answer is yes. We feel as though removing the view entirely is something that we can't justify without further public engagement. However, our assessment of that site shows that there is a lot of area to achieve some really great outcomes and significant housing delivery and density increases, while also working to protect all or part of that view.
Okay, so it's potentially not an issue for the site because of
Our assessment shows that there is a lot of flexibility on that site. It's about a 6 acre site, so there's a lot of space. Yeah.
Perfect, thank you. So one follow-up. So I think for the applicant who are eligible for the exceptional policy, for sure, from city's perspective, we want more public benefits in return. So I wonder that if we, when we work with the applicant, are you willing to require more public benefits such as plaza, daycare, or other open spaces or other amenities?
So there are some expectations in the criteria about delivering some city building elements that would include things that we have some urban design control over, so plazas, open space, etc. However, other public amenities would be part of the negotiation on that project, just as they are with any major development sites. This project or any project meeting those criteria would go through the higher buildings policy, which have their own requirements. And I would like to clarify that this is not overriding higher buildings policy. It's extending the existing higher buildings policy to more sites.
Okay, but in short, the answer is we will request more public benefits for the residents there.
As we would do with any really large development site like that, absolutely.
Okay, perfect.
Would you like to, sorry, I didn't catch
that. In all likelihood, we would bring that as a directions report or an issues report and get into that with you as we work through the process. It would be a major project type site.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. That's all my question. Sure.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. I just have a point of information through you, Chair.
Please go ahead.
Which is
which is related to our ability to vote differently depending on the view cone recommendation change. And that was a question that was raised early on, I think a few weeks ago, that the report would enable sort of analysis and specific decision-making depending on the recommendation of each view.
Yes, so the recommendation we put forward to start with is kind of the cleanest. It's a repeal and replace.
I don't have a ton of time. Just can I do it or not?
Yes, you can.
Guide me through that when the time comes. Perfect. Thank you very much.
So, Councillor, just to be clear, we have a revised recommendation that we're going to circulate to Council so that you can do what you're seeking.
Okay, great.
Yep.
Just my time's going away. Thank you.
All right. Thanks very much. Councillor Carr?
The council made amendments. It was sent at 1:42. Got it? Let me just send it again to you. Oh, sorry. Yes, I have circulated an amendment.
Okay.
But one councillor hasn't received it.
Okay, we'll do that. And I'll put this into Amendment Q1. Councillor Carr, I'll just add you here. Go ahead. I'll advance you. Go ahead.
Yeah, great, thank you. Yes, so these are two issues that that the public raised and that I have also raised with staff. Which is to simply ask staff to report back on your recommendations to protect public views. Number one, from Chocolate Park. And I leave it to staff to figure out what that is. The suggestions might be to cut some of the vegetation that is blocking the current views. 1.1, 1.2, sorry, F 1.1, 1.2, 1.3, or from the lower landing. And I understand the difficulty of doing that if it's not fully publicly accessible, but maybe there's a solution around that. That view is quite stunning and commonly used. And the second is a public view of distant North Shore mountain range from Olympic Village Pier. And there was a suggestion when we were on our field trip around this of potentially modifying the modification to include that current view. Even though staff did say this may not be a problem for a while, I would just like some sense. I'm not going to be around forever. It would be nice to feel that was protected. So those are my recommendations.
Okay. Thank you, Councillor. So I guess we have no other discussion. Oh, Councillor Meiser, go ahead.
Advance me. Thanks, Chair. I had a question through you to staff on the amendment, if possible.
Okay, go ahead.
Yeah. Thanks very much. Kevin, I believe it may have been you. You mentioned that particular view from the Olympic Village Pier and the rationale for that gap in between the two new proposed views. And you mentioned how many housing units could potentially be unlocked within that center of that view. What was that number again?
So we don't actually have a particularly accurate estimate for that because there are no known developments within that gap. It would be in the realm of 50 to 100 additional housing units within that gap. But
okay, I thought I had heard something like 800 to 1,000.
That is the. Let me pull up the. We'll get back to you on that. It's okay. for that particular one. It is not 800 to 1,000. That may be another amendment.
Where exactly would that impact in terms of development sites? Like what area is that? Is it Main and Hastings? Is that correct?
Primarily Main and Hastings, Chinatown.
Okay. Thanks.
Of course.
Thanks very much. Councillor Bly.
Thanks very much. Yes, I can't support this amendment, although I am supportive of considerations around Chocolate Park, specifically speaking. And the analysis of the report and the staff rationale for the various recommendations related to G11. I believe that we are looking to a part of our city through that view cone that requires thoughtful renewal and flexible planning and applications, and specifically related to the Army and Navy sites. So my concern is that would actually negatively impact our goals related to increasing more housing and affordable housing in that area. So unfortunately, because they're packed together, I can't support it, but I would support the Chocolate Park change and may also bring that forward in a separate amendment. So I'll leave that there.
We have a seconder for this amendment.
Second.
Okay. Councillor Carr.
Yeah, I just want to, especially in response to Councillor Bly's comment, make it clear that at the time that we were in the field on this, I specifically asked a question around this. This is my amendment does not alter the raising of the two view cones, the newly proposed amendments G 1.1, 1.2. So it won't impact major development. And as staff just said, there isn't really much development in that center section. That was what I was told also in the field. There's not much of a potential to impact what could be potentially near future development. And it wouldn't happen for a while. That was the rationale today. I was given, well, we don't maybe need to worry about it, but I'm just saying, let's not leave it to chance. Let's protect it. So that sort of iconic distant view could get protected without really negatively impacting much development potential. And yeah, so that's why I've suggested it.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Fry.
Yeah, I am supporting this, and again, because it is a report back, so it's not really that prescriptive. I mean, we did hear Kevin say that this was made in Hastings. As I look at the map, and I remember Councillor Carr pointing out that distant mountain vista and how special it was, but actually that's sort of framed by the West Hotel and the Empress Hotel, basically. So it's not actually Army and Navy. That is in that particular spot. So again, happy to see that, this is a report back, and I think for those who have observed that view, it is quite a special view, and I think let's see if what it actually means.
Okay, so thank you. Councillor Bly.
Yes, can I please ask a point of information through you? And that is just to have staff confirm what's being debated here in the sense that there are important development sites in this view.
Speak to your microphone.
Sorry, in this view corridor, and I appreciate what's being said, but there are comments in our reports here, G11, which is noted here, that is specifically talking about downtown east side development sites, future housing sites. So I'd like to know what they are.
Go ahead, Kevin. Oh, sorry, get you on there. Go ahead.
Thank you. Through you to Councillor Bly. Our assessment of that area shows that there are potential development sites that may have non-market housing. However, there are no known major development sites within that change area. The primary crux of that change was to rationalize the view a little bit and get the boundaries a little bit more rational. However, and I pulled up the number, it would be tied to between 45 and 210 additional housing units on potential future 30-year development sites.
Okay. That is helpful. And what about the Army and Navy site?
That isn't impacted
G11
by this site, or by this view, no.
Okay, or G1.2?
By either.
Yeah, okay. Well, given that my interest is to get a report back on the Chocolate Park piece, thank you very much. I would be willing to support this because that's really what I think we heard from speakers, and it's included in one of the views that I am inclined to not support at this point without further public consultation. And I can provide much more framing around that as we move through this process. But yes, I'm not so, I don't have such a strong opinion about the sort of protecting the view guidelines of G1.1. I also recognize that crosses over the Northeast Falls Creek site, which is not impacted by this view cone because it is an exceptional site that staff have already affirmed. So in supporting this, I think it's not going to harm a report back, and we'll see what happens.
Okay, thanks very much. All right, so I guess we can go to the voting panel with no other speaker. Okay, thanks very much. Okay, so that does not pass with Councillor Klassen, Kirby Young, Dominato, Montague, Meisner, and Joe in opposition. Okay, so we'll go back to the main queue. I just want to make sure we have no. So, Councillor Carr, you were in the question queue, but I'm going to put you in the main queue just a second if you want to speak your right. Go ahead.
No, I'll come back on. Thanks.
Okay. Councillor Meisner?
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. I did circulate an amendment on solar access, so hoping you can move us to amendment queue.
We'll move us to an amendment queue. And do you want to put your, here, I'll put you on. Go ahead, Councillor. You can.
Yeah, great, thanks. So this is really around ensuring that council has the best information in order to make this really important decision around solar access. We all recognize the importance of ensuring that we have a city that has sunlight in public spaces, especially given our climate here in Vancouver. But I also need the information to support this change. So I think what we heard today from some of the speakers is that there's some worries that this policy change could be too restrictive in terms of delivering new housing and could really add an extra layer of restrictiveness. And also, we've had a policy in the past in several areas, as I mentioned, of 10 to 2. So what this amendment is really asking for is for staff to report back and compare those two policies. So what would 10 to 2 look like citywide outside of downtown, as well as downtown, and versus 10 to 4, which is what's proposed in the report. And this is just really to help council make an informed decision on this important policy piece.
Very much. Councillor Kirby Young.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I think this is another really important conversation because a lot of people will say that you can't live in a view cone, but you also don't want to live in shadow. And so for me, I really listened earlier today. I wasn't here in Chambers. I was listening online to the comments from staff about the work that they were going to be undertaking with respects to shadow analysis and looking at that. I think there's a few intersecting pieces here. One is the importance of working towards citywide design guidelines and stripping away from the complexity and the diversity of policy that we have across the city. And that is one thing that has become quite problematic, and it impacts dramatically our staff's ability to efficiently speed through approvals. I also heard in terms of what is the constraint and what's the problem we're trying to solve for, so to try to look at things from that point of view. And what I heard is that 94% of projects in the Broadway plan, for example, which has a well-articulated, probably the best research solar access policy right now outside of downtown, can move forward without a change to solar access. And then staff were sort of predicting, with a full acknowledgement there's additional work to do, is how I interpreted it, that you would have a similar percentage or level at around 90% or so of projects that would be able to receive that wouldn't be impacted by something else. I think that it's conflictual to me, on the one hand, that we would approve the solar access guidelines outside of downtown in the city, but then we say at the same time study them and report back. And that could actually, I think, have an unintended consequence there. If you're bringing projects forward, what are you going to do? Are you going to wait until the results come back later because you think 10 to 2 might make a difference on your particular project, or are you going to proceed? And so I wouldn't want an unintended consequence to be that there's an expectation that this is going to change from 12 to 2. I think what we might get back from the analysis that I understood staffer is doing might be a bit more nuanced, potentially, in how that's going to be applied. And I think we're going to have better tools, too, around metric modeling and a lot of the other pieces that can be used here. So I think in anything, our job as councillors is to try to balance the different inputs that we have. We're making what are perceived by the public arguably 35 years after the initial view cones were established in 1989, but perceived by the public to be pretty significant changes. It's emotional when you're talking about view cones. It's emotional when you're talking about housing. But I was pretty comfortable with how staff had proposed the impact of this. I think that people are living in smaller spaces. It's changing. We've implemented multiplexes, taller buildings. They don't necessarily have access to the backyard. I think people need some reassurance that parks and other components are going to stay. And I also heard from staff very clearly that on particular sites, they still have the ability to really look at specific situations there. So I don't feel the need to, and again, this is my perspective, send a mixed message here. I think the message we're trying to send that to me is important is around simpler, clearer, more synthesized regulations across a city broadly, so that you don't have to have sort of a degree to go through and interpret, based on where my parcel is in the city, which particular set of guidelines do I have to look at? And so I'm prepared to kind of trust in the process and the additional work that's going to be done in terms of analyzing the impact on solar access. And again, as I said, you can't live in a view cone. People need homes, but you don't want people living in shadows either. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Okay. Clerk, can we please go to the voting panel? So we're voting on the amendment B and C. Oh, sorry. Need a mover and seconder. Okay, so. Sorry, you moved it, and Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor, you seconded it. Not the amendment. Okay, so we need a seconder. Councillor Montague. Thank you very much. Sorry about that. Okay. This is the amendment, B and C. Yeah. Are you on to speak? Okay, go ahead. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Sorry, I didn't think it had been seconded. Yeah, only to say I do also trust in the staff process on this, and I note that it's now 2:00. And, I think 4 p.m. is there for a reason. And I think there's considerations around not just how people live, but how people enjoy patios, how kids interact coming out of school and stuff like that. So I really want that work of staff to kind of incorporate the various kind of needs and aspirations for solar access, not just sort of an arbitrary number moving it because it'll allow an increase in height. So I think I'd rather see this this amendment rejected and let staff do their work on solar access and report back with a full gamut. Thanks.
Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I just want to clarify that this amendment instructs staff to report back on the impacts of changing the time frame from 10 to 4 to 10 to 2. So it's not a policy change. It's getting that information for council so we can make an informed decision between the two timeframes. Thanks.
Okay. Well, sir. Okay. Seeing nobody else, we will now go to the voting panel. Thanks. So we're voting on amendments B and C. Okay, so that passes with Councillor Carr, Kirby-Young, and Fry in opposition. Okay, so we'll now go back to the main queue again. Councillor Meisner?
That's it for me. Thanks for now.
Thanks very much. Councillor Zhou?
Yeah, I'll just, we're talking about the main motion right now, right? Not motion, the report right now.
The main motion as amended, yeah.
Okay, thank you. So I'll just make some comments here. So I would like to first express my deep appreciation to Josh White and the entire team. I understand how much work and effort you have spent in preparing this comprehensive report. I also want to express my support to this report. The recommendation lays out in this report are bold and also a necessary step forward towards addressing the urgent housing needs of our city. For almost 40 years, we have operated under this policy that it was well-intentioned at the time, but no longer meet the demand of our growing and evolving city. These updated guidelines are hindered our ability to deliver housing, job spaces, community amenities that Vancouver desperately needs. So today, we have an opportunity to change that. We must be bold, we must be visionary. allowing more housing should be the top of on the priority list. The recommendations in this report are more than just updating the guidelines. They are about ensuring that Vancouver remains livable, equitable, and a vibrant community for generations to come. We cannot afford to be constrained by policy of the past that sacrifice the future of our children and grandchildren. The repeal and the replacement of these view protection guidelines, the introduction of new solar access guidelines, and also the review of the residential tower floor plates are crucial steps in creating more flexible, responsive, and forward-thinking urban development framework. This change will enable us to increase housing delivery, supporting economic growth, enhancing the quality of life for all Vancouver residents. I want to say that, like many policy change, there are misinformation and disinformation in the community. Some of those misinformation are intentionally. So some people say that Vancouver may end view cones. This is completely misleading. It sounds like this proposal is to eliminate all the view cones, but actually it is the opposite. In fact, this proposal will keep most of the view cones and just remove some of them and update some of them. So I understand people's comfort zone is always to keep everything status quo, but we can't. We have to think about future generations. The L'Oreal land bridge, the chocolate park, you can't see anything because of the view was obstructed by the trees, vegetation. So what's the point to keep all of them? So as Mayor Sim said, there's no view cone crisis in Vancouver. There's a housing crisis. Our priority must reflect the realities faced by our community today. By updating these guidelines, we are making a commitment to tackle the housing crisis head on, providing homes and opportunities to our residents they need. So I think our city is at a crossroad. We can choose to cling to the policy of the past, or we can embrace the future with confidence and courage. I urge my fellow councilors to support this report and its recommendations. Let's seize this moment to create a legacy of progress, innovation, and inclusivity. So with that, I'm going to 100% support this report. Thanks.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Carr.
Yes, thank you. So on solar access, I absolutely believe that solar access is key to people's health and enjoyment of the outdoors. I think the timing 10 to 4 is appropriate. Kids leave school after 2 o'clock, and so that enjoyment of park areas that are in the sunlight up to 4 o'clock makes really good sense from a family and children's points of view, particularly on floor plates. Totally support the slender towers. I think that's iconic in Vancouver. We don't have walls of cement that line our streets. I love the West End for that reason. Tower in a park is a fabulous principle that really has created a very, very livable but very dense community. West End is one of the densest in North America, but you would never really feel that because of the recessed slender towers with vegetation around. Public views. Well, public views are public benefit. And they are the key to what we know of as Vancouverism, the public, which is about the public access to parks, to beaches, and to mountain views. I think this review, though, is happening for good reason, and part of it was explained by staff that there are a number of views that we have on the books that no longer exist. Change has happened, and cities do change. So if there's a view that has completely been diminished or made obsolete by virtue of buildings that block that view, it doesn't make sense to me to keep the view cone. As you know, I put forward the amendment around Chocolate Park because I think there can be some alteration of vegetation that does preserve the views. That has happened with Queen Elizabeth Park. Queen Elizabeth Park, iconic views from there that visitors and Vancouverites both love, has been maintained by the maintenance of arborists working on some of the trees that would otherwise have blocked that view. I also just want to point out for the public, staff did make it clear that we could be adding views. This is not about going backwards on this principle of Vancouverism and the importance of public views as a public benefit. Renfrew Rupert area plan could be adding views into it, and I think people should continue to have confidence that staff are dedicated to the importance of those views. Overall, public benefit is the key issue for me. So I believe views are a public benefit. I believe iconic views of mountains and nature will continue to be protected. And that is an important feature of what it is to be this internationally renowned city for its views. I also believe housing is a public benefit that we as council have to also pay attention to. So it was very useful to me to have staff say, you know, with this change in a view cone, we could be getting this much more public housing, or housing for the public. And so that information, as I say, is incredibly important. There are some views that I really do feel are, however, iconic enough to be protected. That's why I put forward the motion, which my amendment, which failed. So I have asked for a severing of the vote. I did circulate an amendment on that G 1.1 for that iconic view going forward, and I will support the amendment that Councillor Bly has circulated also around protecting certain or severing, the vote on views because of the importance I feel of protecting those views. So, but overall, really appreciate staff's review of these. It's an important thing to do. Cities are not static; they do change, and I appreciate the work that's gone into this.
City Manager.
Thank you very much, Chair. If Councillor Carr, I don't want to cut into your time, obviously.
That was it. I'm done.
Just have heard the interest in a severed vote and want to clarify for Council that recommendation A, as was presented in the staff report, doesn't really accommodate that. We have circulated an alternative version of A that would allow Council to conduct a severed vote to call out or vote specifically on individual view cone amendments. Want to make sure that all of Council has had a chance to see that. It would require moving and voting on an amendment to A. It would be a strike and replace. So I just wanted to confirm for Council that we've circulated that. I'm not sure, Chair would defer to you if there's a recess required for councillors to make sure they've had a chance to see that and understand what it means.
I think that's a good
but I just wanted to clarify that there will be an amendment required to A to do a
So I would suggest a 5-minute recess for us to be able to take a look at that.
Thank you.
Clerk, can we please just go to a 5-minute recess? Thanks very much.
That's great. Thank you, Paul. Thanks, staff.
Okay, great. We're back. Sorry about the short recess. We are ready to go. So Councillor Bly, you're on the queue.
Thanks very much, Chair. So I do have an amendment to move that will enable a severing of the votes.
Okay, so we'll go into an amendment queue. I will put you on there, Councillor Bly. Go ahead. Yeah. Well, okay.
I just want to confirm, if I could, on a point of procedure, that we'll still have the ability to provide comments on this because we're not moving directly into the voting process.
Clock is running.
I believe so. We can go back onto the main queue and then there could be some comments then. Is that right? Or you want to comment? Yeah.
I just want to confirm that we're not jumping to the voting process and councillors will still have the opportunity to make comments.
Right.
Overall.
Okay. So we have an amendment on the floor to update A. Okay. So is everybody clear on what that is? So we're going for A to now A all broken out by
Sorry, can you stop my time? That was a quick point of
It's
procedure.
actually my time that's been running. It's my time. Yeah, Councillor Bly.
Is that okay?
I haven't introduced the amendment yet, so I'm just waiting for you.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
We were
go
dealing
ahead.
with a point of procedure. I
Carry
think.
on, Councillor Bly.
Okay, great. So, and I'll be brief just as my clock's been running. So, so the intent here is to provide flexibility for members of council to vote differently on different amendments and considerations that have been provided by staff. And that is something that we've talked about. And I do just want to say, I really do appreciate all the work of our staff on this report and the level of detail and nuance that's gone into it. I just think it needs to be reflective of how we vote on the report, because the level of detail and analysis on every single view cone is actually not how it's been set up and enabled councillors to vote. And I would like to be specific on which ones I'm voting. So all that to say, I'm going to leave it there because this is simply just getting a severing vote on the floor, and then I'll provide comments later. Okay, that's it.
Very good. Thanks very much. Councillor Kirby-Young. Oh, sorry, we need a seconder. Councillor Carr second, Councillor Kirby-Young. Okay, all right, so we are going to vote on the amendment to change the item A. I am ready for that. Please take us to the voting panel, clerk. Everybody good? Okay. This just basically gets us into a place where we can all vote on the individual items. Okay. All right. So that passes with Councillor Kirby it's abstaining. All right. So we will go back to the main queue, and then I guess we now are with the amended motion separated out with the different. So Councillor Bly, I believe you have some of the 23, I believe, 23 that you would like to sever out.
So and thanks very much, Chair. So I'm happy to just address that. And it actually just refers to Canby Bridge, Chocolate Park, Granville Street, and Canby Street. So while it's 23, it's not actually 23 view cones specifically.
Oh, no, I realize.
So I'm just being clear. I'm just being clear in terms of what the intention is.
Yeah.
So the numbers directly correlate to, and the view cones that I would like to sever are 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 18, 20, 21, and 22 for a separate vote.
Okay. All right. Yeah, I'll repeat them because I have them here.
May I ask you just to pause my time? Because I'm going to provide closing comments.
Timer, 1 moment. So they are 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 13, 20, 21, and 22. Those go on to the third page. 22 is on the third page. Oh, I'm sorry. I said 13. I meant 18. My apologies. Ugh. I was bragging about my Roman numeral skills.
I'm happy to repeat if that's easier.
Okay, please go ahead.
Okay. So it is 6, 7, 9, 10, 11, 18, 20, 21, and 22.
Okay, there we go. Okay, we have that severed, and we have several speakers. So are we going to, we're on the main queue here, but are we going to, I'll just move into our speakers here.
I
Okay.
just want to note that my clock has been running for
No, I paused it, and you'll have more
still
time. Trust me, you'll be fine there. Okay.
Okay, I'm going to be very specific, and so obviously that's just separate for vote. I'm not going to, I just want to highlight that, of course, we are wrestling with this debate over view cones, and maybe some more than others, because Vancouver's protected view policies have the potential to unlock housing, and it involves balancing the needs, of course, of more housing and the preservation of the cities and the residents who live here and those that visit our city, their connection to the surrounding natural environment. So there are arguments for and against these view cone policies that we've heard debated today. Of course, Vancouver faces a significant housing shortage, so particularly affordable housing. So relaxing view protection policies could allow for higher density and increasing supply. Then, of course, higher density reduces urban sprawl. We get better infrastructure and reduce environmental impacts. We know that that is an argument to challenge some of these assumptions, as well as increasing housing can attract more residents, support local businesses and economic growth. And it also provides flexibility in planning. So these are some of the urban planning tools and technologies that help balance some of that preservation with potential development. But then, of course, arguments against changing the view policies that we've heard from today are, of course, Vancouver's identity and appeal. Altering these policies can undermine the city's character, attractiveness on that global stage. We heard that the value of the city's views, connection to water, mountains. I think it was a Destination Vancouver or BEC put it at $32 billion on the global stage. It's not insignificant to our local economy. Quality of life is a big piece of this. Scenic views, the surrounding natural environment, supports residents' overall well-being, quality of life, and diminishing these views has a negative impact if they were to be diminished entirely, which they're not in this report. And I think that one of the pieces we heard is around precedent and public trust. So we know that modifying these view protection policies can set a precedent that erodes public trust. So the views that I would like to vote differently against, I think significantly impact our overall view protection policy and require more consideration and consultation. And while I appreciate they will likely pass, I do want to be on the record for having really dug into the details and the nuances of this report and feel quite strongly that these view cones need to be considered in a different way. Of course, there has to be compromises when we look at a report like this. So identifying specific areas where view cone modifications would have minimal impact on these views and could allow for targeted increases in housing density. We see that in terms of the exceptional site policy. I'm very encouraged that we can move forward on some critical development sites, such as the Old St. Paul's and others around the Northeast False Creek area and the downtown east side that are ready and ripe for renewal. And we also know that integrating housing with public benefit in public spaces is incredibly important. And what I heard from staff and what I want to reiterate, which is why I'm going to support the bulk of this report, other than the few that I am voting against, is because there is an intent to consider what does it mean to deliver public benefit, recognizing that the views are a public benefit, as is rental housing, as is below market rental housing, as is access to park and public space, as is investment in public amenities. So we are a growing city. We need to be able to continue to build and grow our city, and a conservative modernization and analysis on a very short timeline based on what staff have brought forward, which many are just simple amendments and logical, pragmatic approaches to the view design guideline policy, I think is a good step forward. And I just encourage that any further work
satisfies public opinion when it comes to engagement and consultation to ensure that we're not making decisions here that impact the entire city for generations to come in a vacuum. So in closing, the decision needs to be carefully considered, the trade-offs, and involve, as I say, extensive public consultation to ensure that any changes reflect community's values and needs, not just this particular city council of the day. And so with that, I will end there. Thank you very much for the extra time, Chair.
Thanks very much. Councillor Carr.
Yes, I would also just like to ask the clerks to sever the vote on one additional item, and that is 12, XII, the Public View G 1.1, the Olympic Village Pier. And just to reiterate for all of you, this is the only view that is not just of the heights of the mountains on the North Shore, but that provides the view through those mountains to the distant mountains that go up the coast of this province. It is probably the most, in my mind, sort of breathtaking realization that we are in a province that still has such vast natural beauty and natural landscapes. So that's why I think it's so important. I am going to be, and to reiterate again, I've had reassurance from staff that it's not going to impact the delivery of housing in any short-term perspective. I am going to be supporting the severing of other items on these ViewCon list that have been proposed by Councillor Bly in terms of severing, so I can vote against the changes. And just to make it very clear what those are, Chocolate Park views are one set of those changes. Views from the Canby Bridge and Granville Bridge are the other two points. And you know, it just happened that my husband and I were living really close to just off, 2 blocks from City Hall during the time that we had the big fair. How can I not remember the name? Expo, that's right, 86. And so we walked every night over the Canby Bridge down to the Expo grounds. And it was stunning. It was just so wonderful to walk over that bridge and just keep looking at those incredible mountain views and down to the boats and everything else too, for sure. But it was a really incredible experience. Granville Bridge is the other set of them. And what are we doing with Granville Bridge? We are pedestrianizing Granville Bridge. I mean, we are thinking of lots of people walking along that bridge in the future. So I just think that these are, really important. They are not only iconic just in the general scheme of things, but important for the actual experience of people who are living and working within the city. We're hoping that people are going to walk over these bridges to downtown to work. So anyway, those are the reasons why I'm going to support those particular amendments to sever so that I can vote against the removal of those particular view cones.
Councillor Carr. Councillor Dominato.
Thanks, Chair. Just through you a question to staff, point of information. If staff could just quick comment, just in light of the amendments that we approved around shadow policy and solar access and some further review and looks at the time frame, could staff comment on, particularly in the context of the downtown core, how they would apply the shadow policy as it stands today with respect to shadowing on sidewalks versus playgrounds and parks, and what kind of flexibility there will be, or if any, as we continue with the existing policy, and what that looks like?
Thank you for the question. It's something that we understand in the interim. We'll be applying a case-by-case level of flexibility as we get to the right answer for downtown. So we know what applications or applicants we would need to work with, and that will form part of our assessment. So we're not recommending removing the expectations for downtown at this point. However, we do anticipate more discussion and flexibility around those until we nail down the right approach for downtown.
Okay, so yeah, so reflecting back here, it's looking at those applications where there's that direction to minimize shadows, is looking at it on a case-by-case basis as those applications come in with that policy as a reference point.
Exactly. With everybody with eyes wide open, that we are working toward an outcome, and that we all kind of need to think creatively in the interim.
Okay, thank you. Appreciate that clarification. Thanks. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks so much. You know, I'm really going to trust the analysis of staff. I know how much work went into this. And it's very clearly articulated in the report. And one of the great aspects, I think, of this motion, reflecting back to when it was first proposed, is that we did direct staff to quantify the additional housing, hotel, and job space that could be unlocked as a result of these changes. And I really strongly believe that these are very carefully considered, and they do take into account preserving the public views that we all cherish. But these minor adjustments are really going to free up significant capacity. And that for me really is the goal here in the housing crisis that we're in, is to free up that capacity for more homes. So unfortunately, I can't support this. And I did just a quick math through the document that I just mentioned of how much floor space we're talking about here. By excluding these particular view cones identified by Councillor Bly, we're talking about 4.5 million square meters of additional development capacity that would not be available if we were to approve this change, this amendment. In good conscience, I just can't get on board with that, particularly in our housing and affordability crisis. It just doesn't, it's not the direction or the intention of the original motion. So unfortunately, I can't support it.
Councillor, just with the clerk's help, just for clarification purposes, we are voting not necessarily on an amendment, but the ability to sever these particular items. So you will be voting presumably in favor of the items, and the person who moved it will be voting against them. So it's not a case of we're voting yes or no for an amendment, but we are voting strictly for either in support of all of these changes or against them. I think that's just what I want to make clear, so we don't.
Okay, apologies. Those were my comments, though,
thank you very much. No, I appreciate
relation to the
make
amendment.
Sure that we're really clear on the vote.
Sorry, I was a little bit confused about the process.
You're not. Your mic is off right now, but I'll turn it on. Go ahead.
Just to clarify, when I asked to sever, no other councillor can deny me the right to sever.
So I'm going to get Councillor Dominato maybe try and help clear this up for her.
Point of parliamentary procedure. I think maybe the confusion is that we replaced recommendation A through a vote with what is now currently on screen with
passed.
And that passed. And then when we get through a debate, people can sever.
We will be voting. Yeah, exactly. Yeah. So we'll be voting.
So we're not there yet. We're just doing debate. This has been changed. New recommendation A has been supported, and then we can sever.
It'll be clear. The clerk will make sure that we are there.
Yeah,
thanks for it. But I appreciate the comments, and
we're
I just
in debate,
to make sure
and then we're
all. No worries. Okay. Thank you, Councillor Fry.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'm wondering if I could ask through you of staff, so a sort of a point of information clarification on the, should these items be severed, what happens to them in the context of ongoing work on view cones? Is this done and dusted and never to be seen again, or is there more work on the view cones expected? I know we're talking about Granville Street and other pieces, so does this send us back for further refinement potentially?
The motion as drafted here doesn't include a report back other than that we will make necessary amendments to the public views guidelines and then publish those without report back to council. If council wished that we report back on specific severed views, that would need to be a separate motion.
Okay, now and just for additional clarification, there is an anticipated further work on the view cones specific to Granville Street and Trout Lake.
Trout Lake.
That will inform this document ongoing as a living document.
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
I'm going to jump off the queue and maybe craft up a little amendment to reflect something that I'm thinking. Thanks.
Okay. All right. I will just remark, these are my sort of closing remarks here because I know that we will be doing, from what I understand, 2 or 3 separate votes with regards to the severs that are in here. So again, I would like to, I'm sorry, I have to cede the chair, Vice Chair Meisner. Yes, sir, I realize that. Thank you.
Hey, go ahead, Chair Klassen.
Thank you very much. Okay. So again, I want to be among the voices that thank our staff and the team that have been working on this dutifully and diligently for the last several months, asking great questions. I know there has been an enormous amount of outpouring on each side of on the policies that are presented here, and that tells me that we've been able to hear from and engage with the public very much so on this one. And there are, as has been said, kind of emotional connections to some of this, but there's also a very, I think, important need to sometimes evaluate and look at what we've been doing and make sure that we have a really appropriate go-forward strategy for the best interests and for the public interest. What I took away from some of the discussion today is that the report as presented develops a number of guidelines that will help us to really move things forward. I think about the discussion we had around floor plates that are deeply impacted sometimes by the actual size of the site, the scope and other aspects of the land itself. I've heard also with the shadowing that we are helping to simplify that process a little bit. We're going to get a bit more information back. And the word flexibility was used a lot to try and make sure that we're able to enable and unlock the opportunities for housing, both in rental and non-market housing in particular. I also just want to just note that with some of the view cones themselves, that it has a lot to do with the starting point. When these changes are made, they were because some of the starting points were in the middle of basically busy streets, the middle of Cambie, the middle of Main Street. They were put into places where people are more likely to be. In the case of the Granville Street, we're building in a huge amount of wonderful public space and infrastructure on the west side of the bridge, and the view placements were all points on the east side of the bridge. So I think that this has, again, been a very thoughtful undertaking, and I want to just very much express my appreciation for staff. And as far as the future of our views, the views are strong, and I want to make sure that we are able to really strongly maintain and enhance the views that we have in our city. The one that's not included here that I think should be for future discussion is one of my favorite views of the city at Kensington Park. You can see from basically Howe Sound to Golden Ears mountain range from that vantage point on a clear day. And it's an absolutely wonderful and beautiful place, very accessible to people on the south side. It's close access. It's great for that neighborhood. It's great for the whole city. But I think of places like that that are going to provide those wonderful, fantastic, awe-inspiring vistas for our beautiful city. So again, I just want to just really reiterate my thanks for staff for looking at this and taking into account the fact that the encroachment of development up the North Shore from the District of North Vancouver and the City of North Vancouver, the effect that has happened. The Sanok development, of course, which is having some impact on the Granville Street views as well. These are all things that are allowing us to kind of reevaluate and adapt. And I think that a very thoughtful and balanced approach was taken in this report, which is why I'm extremely supportive of this work. And with that, I will take the chair back from Councillor Meisner, and we'll go on to Councillor Carr.
And I'm just on the list to actually ask that clerks note that I would also be liking or wanting to sever two additional things, which are the amendments, further that amendments that are in sections B and C. These would be Councillor Peter Meisner's amendments.
Thank you. All right, Councillor Kirby-Young.
I'll come back on, thanks.
Okay. What are we doing? We're going to skip. Okay, Councillor Fry.
Can I skip and let Councillor Meisner jump on there?
All right, Councillor Meisner.
Sure. Just to clarify before I begin speaking, Chair, this is closing comments? Or are we coming back?
I believe we're in closing comments right now.
Yeah, okay.
Thank you.
Okay, perfect. Thanks. I'll be quick because I've already taken up some time. So just want to say my immense gratitude to staff for all the work you've done on this. I know this has been a massive, massive project, and you've had many things going on, TOA legislation, Bill 18, et cetera, et cetera. So just on behalf of council, we're very grateful for all the work you've done on this, and I feel like you've kept us really informed throughout the process, so thank you for that. So the modernization of this policy really balances the need for more housing while maintaining a livable city that really celebrates its unique connection to nature, the mountains and the ocean here in Vancouver, which we're so lucky to have. It's very encouraging to me to hear from staff that these changes will result in an additional 75,000 housing units over the next 30 years, much of it rental with inclusionary below market or ownership with inclusionary social housing, plus hotels and office space. In addition to this desperately needed housing supply, the development of this new housing and job space will also generate hundreds of millions of dollars in CACs over the next 30 years, going to fund important amenities like community centers and ensuring there's amenities and infrastructure to support our growing population, like new community centers, pools, ice rinks, daycares, and more. In addition, as mentioned, this policy change will also strengthen many important landmark views throughout the city. This will result in a more inclusive and diverse city with more homes, more public amenities, more vibrant and exciting neighborhoods. So I urge council to please support this motion in its current form, as it's the most significant and impactful step we can take as a council to encourage the construction of new, badly needed housing here in Vancouver. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. All right, Councillor Fry.
Okay. Sending an amendment in, and apologies for the lateness. It really just came as a result of some of the conversation and just the clarification from Kevin around what these repeals from the what these severs might mean, and I just want to really try and strike a bit of a balance here. I think we've heard that there is potential to deliver economic and housing space through this work. We've also heard that this is a 30-year plan. We've also heard that people feel there hasn't been enough public consultation. We've also heard that people feel that some of these views are worthy of being a bit more cherished. So what I'm proposing here is that, and I guess this is where we could move to an amendment queue if that makes more sense, or I guess I need somebody to second it, and maybe nobody's had a chance to even read it yet. Heck.
In reading the Rise Amendment, I don't believe procedurally we can consider this until council has actually voted on the recommendations, because it says that you're in severed from repeal. So it's presumptively presuming a vote and what that vote looks like. And so I think in terms of sequencing and order, I think that an amendment of this nature, and I'd look for guidance from the chair, but I think the language, the way that it's written currently, might be problematic. And given that we have a lot to do procedurally, like, can we get some perspective on that? Because it says the views here in severed, it doesn't specify what views those are. And we haven't yet taken the vote on sever. We've had a request to sever it, but we haven't actually done so. Thanks. Time, please, because that was a point of procedure. That's not my main time. Thanks.
Sorry, Chair, but the clerk's desk has not received the amendment. Could that be sent over to us?
My apologies.
Sorry. Yeah, we're just going to move this amendment in the amendment queue, but we need to get it to the clerk.
So Chair, if I may, on a point of order, I think that's probably the most appropriate procedural point to be called as a point of order, and that in the order of things, this amendment may not be in order. Because nothing has been severed yet, then in the order of things, this is out of order.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I appreciate where Councillor Fry is coming from with this, but I do believe it's out of order and would ask you as chair to please rule on that.
Okay, Councillor, you understand what has just been put here? This adds a bit of a last minute wrinkle on something, and or do you, what would you like to do in terms of moving forward? Because right now I see this is going to have to be inserted between the votes that we're doing on the main motion.
I'm wondering if it was qualified.
For a ruling on whether it's out of order or not, and I think we need to deal with that motion.
And just to be clear, it's in section 8.7 of the procedure bylaw in terms of an.
Okay, one moment. Okay, Councillor, I'm going to rule that amendment out of order, and we will go back to the main queue. Councillor, do you have an additional comment?
No, well, only to suggest that I was trying to try and buy a bit of a happy medium here and recognize that that maybe there's a little bit of work that could be done on these particular pieces that are being severed, and I appreciate that it is a little bit last minute and possibly the wording does not allow it to be in order. And I suppose I'll just leave it at that then.
All right, thank you very much, Councillor. Okay. All right. So now we are going to move to a vote, but we will be voting the different parts of A and then severing B and C.
Procedure Chair,
Yes?
there's still closing comments to make, and I explicitly asked afterwards that going to a voting process would not preclude providing comments, and I'm holding off on comments until we're done with amendments. So can we get?
We are done with amendments. We're back on the main queue. Now you're on the queue now, so
I'll go after Councillor Carr and make closing comments. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor. Go ahead.
Sorry. I just wanted to make sure it was clear that I had asked, we talked about the severing of A, pieces of A, but I'd also asked to sever B and C for the further that clauses.
Yes.
I just wanted to make sure that that was captured. Thank you.
Okay, great. Thank you. All right. Councillor Kirby.
All right. Thank you very much. So closing comments. I want to thank staff for all the work on this report. It was a substantive piece of work, and I think it was a thoughtful one and brought a balanced and comprehensive report to the floor for council's consideration. It is an important discussion that's taking place today, and it is a discussion, I believe, about how we want to grow as a city. The underlying principles of this conversation are about the intersection of Vancouver's beloved natural setting, the benefits of living in an oceanside and a mountain-adjacent city, and housing. The report and the recommendations propose removing 14 viewpoints of a total of 38. Why? Because they have already been encroached upon, have become outdated, or have limited value. Another 11 would be amended, and 13 high-value views would remain unchanged. So why is this in front of council? Because doing so will unlock direly needed housing, hotel, and job space, because the guidelines have limited the location and design of new buildings since they were established in 1989, over a generation ago. There is no one silver bullet to address our housing crisis. We need to take a number of different steps and have policies working together in synergy to achieve our goals. From implementing multiplex housing in all residential neighborhoods across the city to the aggressive 331 permitting priority set by our council that we heard about yesterday that is paying early dividends to reduce complex and overlapping policies or the implementation of TOA legislation, there has been an unprecedented modernization effort to open up housing on this council. A regulatory approach should be a balanced one that provides cities like Vancouver with the ability to guide growth and the vision for the city while having clear policy that efficiently and effectively delivers the housing and public amenities that we all need. I love our views, and I love our city. I also know that cities are not static. They are living and breathing entities that need to responsively adapt over time. The Vancouver of 1989, when these view cone guidelines were set 35 years ago, is not the Vancouver of today, and nor do our residents have the same needs. Some have suggested the views will be gone. They won't. They are just changing, just like our city. Some have suggested there won't be any affordable housing. There will be. Rental housing and inclusionary policies guide that. So these changes will not only enable more housing, they will create more below market housing. A conservative estimate that was given today here of 15,000 to 75,000 additional new housing units. And really, when we talk about units, we're talking about homes, places for people to set up their life and lay their head, will happen over the next generation or 30 years. And when you look further ahead, 230,000 to 300,000 more homes over the next 4 generations or 100 years. Compare that to the million new residents expected in Metro Vancouver in a shorter period of time, and you can see how much work we still have to do. I also want to acknowledge that the exceptional sites policy will allow some truly city-defining and benefiting projects to come forward, such as the old St. Paul's Hospital site. Make no mistake about it, housing is insufficient and it is unaffordable in Vancouver. There is a desperate need for it. An international housing report from June deemed that our city and housing in our city was, quote, impossibly unaffordable. Vancouver housing was less affordable than all 94 cities across 8 countries to which it was compared, except Hong Kong and Sydney. Our job as councillors is to balance a lot of input from a lot of sources, from our staff, from the industry who are actually building and delivering the homes, and most importantly, from residents who live here. It is not always easy, but it is our job. I want to talk about solar access for a little bit. Access to natural light and sun is essential for well-being, and it can be balanced with other policies to deliver the housing that we need. We heard from staff 10 to 4 p.m. does not negatively impact 90 to 95% of project sites. I will continue to fight to ensure we keep sunlight on parks, in public spaces, and key destination areas so we are literally not living in shadow. As I said earlier, you can't live in a view cone, but we shouldn't live in shadow either. I believe that we are adopting an established best practice at 10 to 4 that was recommended by staff, and I believe in the work that they're continuing to do in order to evolve and modernize those guidelines. I also believe in the importance of citywide and streamlined policies. I will not support severing and cherry picking which views get to pass today and which ones don't, as again, I think this report strikes balance. And I think it would create an uneven application of policy and philosophy in its application. As was mentioned, voting some of the changes down would equate to not realizing 4.5 million square feet of new homes and job space, which by my calculations, approximately 7,500 homes that would not be realized. So I support the changes as presented in this report. I believe in letting our city grow and helping people find a place they can call home and keeping the magic of what makes Vancouver quintessentially Vancouver, the ability to see the North Shore Mountains and skylines. There is no other city like it. These changes will not happen overnight, but it will give us a path to continue working for a livable and for a vibrant city. Thank you.
Okay. Thank you very much, Councillor. All right. I believe that brings us to the end of this item. So, clerk, please take us to the voting panel. And a reminder that we will be voting on the yellow. Right? On the yellow items, which you have the list for in the... Yeah. These are the ones Rebecca separated out. You add one more and we'll do one more. There's 3 votes. Yeah. We can read the numbers again if you'd like. These are A6, A7, pardon me, 9, 10, 11, 18, 20, 21, and 22. Go ahead.
Sorry, a point of privilege. I'm trying to toggle between screens. Do we have this in our inbox so we can see what we're actually voting on? Or do we have a hard copy? Typically, we get that when we severed a complex vote. No, I'm asking the clerk's thing because I want to see what we're voting on. Thank you.
Okay. Yeah. Okay, so that vote passes with Councillors Carr, Kirby Young, Bly, and Fry in opposition. Okay. I'd like to give her my heart.
I'm sorry, I wasn't able to hear the question because the mic wasn't on.
My question and my point of privilege is I was not able to see what we were voting on, so I would like a hard copy of what we're voting on, please, and I'd like a reconsideration of that vote. I'd like to move to reconsider the vote.
Okay. All in favor of reconsidering the vote? Okay, so we'll go back to
Seeking, though, is a printed copy with the highlighted sections that are to be severed. So we have a hard copy of all the 23. Okay. Okay.
all right. I'm prepared to recess this meeting if we want to do printouts.
Okay.
Okay.
Email's fine.
Okay.
Give her my pen.
Very good. Okay.
Got it.
Okay. So I think we did vote on the reconsideration and we passed it. So we are going to reconsider and do this vote again. Right. Thank you. Okay. So we are now voting on the highlighted yellow items in favor or in opposition. Okay.
Just to be absolutely clear, Chair, if you want to scroll it down, it gives the list of numbers, what's being voted on, and then it's the yellow highlights. And everybody's got the copy now, right? Okay. Just didn't want to have to reconsider a second time. Okay.
I am ready. I am ready for the vote. Thank you. Okay, so that vote passes with Councillors Carr, Bly, and Fry in opposition. All right, now we will be voting on the green item, let's just say. Okay, the green item, which is number, read it for my own sake, number 12 out of 1. All right, so we'll take that to a vote. Should we do it all at once? So do 1, B, and C? 112 and B and C, or you want to just do 112 right now? On 12, okay, just 112. Okay, A12.
Are we only voting? Hang on a second.
We're voting on
12 only?
12 only. Yeah, thank you. All right. Please take the voting panel, clerk. Thank you very much. Okay, so that passes with Councillors Carr and Fry in opposition. All right, now I believe we are voting for the balance of 1. Is that correct? Okay, so we're voting for the balance of the ones that you haven't voted on already. So everyone that hasn't been voted on. Okay. Yes, I know that. I thought we were going to do B and C separately. Oh, okay, great. So we'll vote on P and C. Thank you very much. Okay. So we'll vote on B and C as at once. Okay. Finish A. Okay, that's okay. Going back to that one. So we'll complete voting on A, and this will be the balance of the items that are not highlighted in yellow or green. All right. So clerk, please take us to the voting panel. It's the balance of A. You have one. Yeah. Thank you. Okay. So that's the balance of A, P. Okay, so that passes unanimously. All right, now we will vote on B and C. Should we do it together or just separately? You've separated them out. We've separated. Okay, we're going to vote on B and C. All right? They've been severed. That's correct. B and C that were amended. I'm sorry, amended as amended. Okay. Okay. That's correct. Oh. So okay. Are we just voting on the green, or are we voting on just on the green? Okay. Okay. We'll vote on the green parts of B and C. I appreciate the color coding too, by the way. I think it's very appropriate. Okay. Okay. All right. So that passes with Councillors Carr, Kirby-Young, and Fry in opposition. Okay. Now we will go back and vote on the balance of the motion, which are items B, C, I believe D and E. Is that correct? Very good. Is everybody clear on that one? Everything that's not been, not colored, and hasn't been voted on yet, we will be voting on now. Everybody ready? Okay. Okay, thanks very much. Clerk, please take us to a vote. Okay, and that passes unanimously. Thank you very much. All right, I believe that concludes this item. And just want to make sure that we guess we'll have to move into council. 1 second here. This is where my pages don't help me. Okay, so we will adjourn standing committee. No, not. Sorry, there's one item. Sorry. Item 4. Oh, sorry. One more. Oh, we have speakers. Okay, thanks. I thought we had passed that on consent. My apologies. Okay, here we go. Shared scooters. Yes. Okay, thanks very much. All right, so we do have quorum again, and we can end the recess and begin working on item 4, contract award for shared e-scooter system operator. Does any member wish to declare a conflict of interest on this item? Okay, this item has a presentation. We have team members here to present this item, so please go ahead. You have the floor. No, just turn your microphone on. There you go. You got your mic.
Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Danielle
Danielle
Wiley,
Wiley,
Associate
Associate
Director
Director
of
of
Street
Street
Use
Use
Management.
Management.
And we
And we have a presentation available.
Speaker is on. Oh, it's the mic. It's usually the laptop. Yeah.
Is it better?
Is it better? No.
It should be good. Great, thank you. So we do have a presentation available if council would like. So first, I'd like to acknowledge that we're on the unceded territories of the Musqueam, Squamish, and Tsleil-Waututh Nations. Today's staff are presenting a report to council which recommends an operator for a new shared e-scooter system. In June 2022, Council directed staff to deliver a shared e-scooter pilot program that would take into account feedback from the city's advisory committees, including Persons with Disabilities Advisory Committee, Transportation, and the Older Persons and Elders, at that time the Seniors Advisory Committee. We were directed to integrate best practices and learnings from other jurisdictions, and finally to procure an operator through a competitive RFP process. We're very lucky in Vancouver that we are building and making great strides towards a shared mobility ecosystem with transit at the hub. So these various modes work together and complement each other to provide people options, and research shows that sometimes residents might use multiple modes in one day or even in one trip. And together, this ecosystem supports a healthier city, more affordable and flexible transportation options for residents. It advances towards our climate action goals, and it supports a healthier city. So e-scooters will be contributing to a robust system. Since Council's motion, a lot of work has been going into developing this pilot program. We did, between 2022 and 2023, engage with the advisory committees and key stakeholders. We consulted with over 15 municipalities in BC, North America, and globally. And we also did a market sounding to ensure that our early concepts for the system were aligning with what the industry would be able to deliver. And all of those inputs were fed into a performance-based RFP, which was posted in November. In February, the bid committee approved a preferred proponent, a shortlisted proponent for the RFP, and staff entered into due diligence discussions. In parallel, Council approved some bylaw changes in March that would enable e-scooters and other e-devices to be used in more areas of the city, including the seawall. And that brings us to Council's decision today on deciding on the recommended operator. The RFP contains some really foundational elements that would set us up for a strong agreement with a future operator, namely that the system will be a single operator system in a long-term 5-year contract with options to extend up to 20 years. The reason that's important is that we are asking an operator to make a significant investment in developing a system here in Vancouver, and we want to incentivize them to be successful and to be able to stay and provide a reliable system for the long term. Another key component of this RFP was that the city would not be making a capital investment into this program, so the program needs to be funded by the operator and would be revenue generating or revenue neutral for the city. The RFP was also based on shared e-scooter system principles that were developed based on stakeholder feedback as well as our research to industry best practices, because we want this system to achieve city goals, such as supporting sustainable mode shift, supporting Vision Zero. It's really important that we maintain the safety and accessibility of our streets and public realm. This system is intended to build off of transit and other shared systems, and that it be environmentally sustainable, but also financially sustainable, in that the success of the operator also leads to a reliable transportation option for residents. Based on the assessment committee's assessment, the recommended proponent for the e-scooter contract is Lime. Lime, according to the assessment committee, provided the best overall value for the city, including its approach to a service area and a right-sized fleet, its parking management approach, its safety approach, its equity and sustainability commitments, and also a strong financial pro forma. A strength of Lime's proposal is its approach to a phased surface area, beginning in a small launch area and then growing sustainably as we meet performance targets so that the system grows responsibly, building towards a citywide system over the course of a 5-year contract. The launch phase that the operator has proposed is in the Grandview, Woodland, and Hastings Sunrise neighborhoods. The launch area will have 29 initial stations and 100 devices, which will provide an opportunity for the operator to test and learn the system before expanding to higher density neighborhoods west. From that initial launch area, and based on performance targets, the expansion area will extend westwards towards the downtown, and from there will expand citywide. I want to highlight that we don't have timing measures for the expansion. It is performance-based, but if performance targets are met, first active stations in downtown are anticipated in winter 2025. A really key element of Lime's proposal is this is an all-docked shared e-scooter system. It will be the first of its kind in North America, and it is very different from the free-floating systems that some have seen in other municipalities, which can result in e-scooter devices being left on a sidewalk or causing public realm clutter. So what this means is that a rider needs to end their trip securely parked in a docked station. So this prevents tipping, it prevents obstruction of sidewalks, and it also provides a consistent user experience because a rider reliably knows where they can find a scooter, how they can unlock it, and how they can repark it. So this improves operations and the user experience. As this is a new mode that we are integrated into our public realm, we know that there have been some challenges, and so the operator has been, and the industry have been working very hard to innovate and upgrade their technological tools to help with public realm management and safety of their systems. We know, for example, that sidewalk riding has been highlighted as a safety concern. In Lime's proposal, what will happen is that if an e-scooter is detected to be riding on the sidewalk via an in-camera device and a vibration sensor, as well as GPS technology, the device will give an audible vocal alert to tell the rider to return to a street or to an approved pathway. In addition, staff and Lime will be able to collaborate in identifying high pedestrian volume zones, for example, on sidewalks and shopping districts, that we can identify as slow zones, which means that the device will automatically slow down when a user is on a sidewalk. An important part to ensuring the ongoing safety and accessibility of the system is to build a safe riding culture through rider education. So Lime has made a commitment to its Safe Ride program, which includes in-app training and quizzes for new riders, in-person training events so that riders learn how to use the devices safely, as well as local social media campaigns and their local website. In addition, the city is going to be amplifying these messages and helping to build that safe rider culture. In this July, we are launching our first e-mobility, e-device specific safe riding campaign. And in the future, should council award the contract to Lime, we'll be able to work with them so that future campaigns can be complementary. Lime also has made commitments for equity and sustainability. The Lime Access Equity Program will offer low and no cost passes to equity members, which can be signed up through in collaboration with community groups. There will be options for accessible devices in the future, which could include seated devices if provincial legislation is amended to allow those devices in our streets. In terms of sustainability, Lime has a great advantage in that they manufacture their own devices and equipment, and so they have more control over the full life cycle of their product. And so they have a proven track record of recycling 96% of their devices and having 100% equipment landfill diversion. User feeds for riders will be comparable to shared other modes, but the highlight here and what will distinguish Vancouver's program from shared e-scooter systems in other municipalities is that The range of user fees will appeal to different kinds of riders. So we'll have pay-as-you-go and tourist day passes that apply to a one-time user or someone who just wants to try out this new mode. But there's an emphasis on monthly passes and annual passes to also appeal and offer an affordable option for people who want to use this as a daily commuting device or to serve their daily needs. The operator will pay system fees to the city for the use of the street right-of-way, reflecting the valuation of our public realm, as well as paying per e-scooter device and opportunities for revenue sharing, both from ridership but also future sponsorship. We know that integrating a new mode into Vancouver's public realm and into our streets takes intention to do properly. And so building a successful e-scooter system will also mean building a strong partnership with Lime, as well as collaborating with key partners and community organizations such as Vancouver Coastal Health, VPD, and the BIAs who will be impacted by this system and other stakeholders. We also know that we'll need to work together with Lime to promote that safe riding culture and ensure that the system is safe. The future agreement will contain robust performance levels so that we'll know if we're meeting our goals and that the system is well run, and we'll have that tool to hold the operator accountable to make sure that the system is appropriate for Vancouver. And I'll just highlight that this is going to be a new system, and so especially in the first phases, we'll need to be responsive and adaptable. So the name of the game at the beginning of this program rolling out is to monitor, learn, and adjust so that we are making the calibrations that are needed before expanding into more neighborhoods. If council does award this contract today, we're going to have a busy couple of months ahead of us. Our first next steps will be to engage those key partners, including the impacted BIAs for the launch area, VCH and VPD as well, continuing our education campaign to promote safe riding. On Lime's side, they will be able to hit the green button on beginning to procure and manufacture their equipment. They'll be installing their first stations in August and testing the system to be ready for a late summer launch. And from there, we'll be entering into those phases of monitoring and adapting. Thank you. We're open to your questions.
Thank you very much. You do have questions. Councillor Kirby-Young.
Yeah, thanks. Super excited to see this. No surprise, having championed this for 4 years now. I know it's been 2 years since the second motion actually passed. People are going to ask naturally, when can I ride and where can I ride? And can you just kind of go back on that for people?
Sure, absolutely. So the system will be launching in the Hastings, an area of the Hastings Sunrise and Grandview Woodlands neighborhoods. The initial launch will be 29 stations and 100 devices. So that's the where. That is where you can park the stations. Of course, you're able to ride outside of that area and park at the dock stations. And in terms of when, it will be a late summer launch.
Okay, and so that's what I wanted to clarify. I can be in Grandview Woodlands and I can rent my scooter out of the dock, but I can ride off to a different neighborhood. I just need to bring it back.
Exactly.
Okay, and then progressively, the phased implementation will go southwest?
The phased expansion of the launch area will move westwards towards downtown, so in 3 stages. And from there, after reaching downtown, it will go south. It will go south, east, and west from there.
South, east, and west.
Yes. Okay. Eventually creating a citywide system by the end of the 5-year term.
Okay. Can you comment on some of the safety features that the Lime produced manufactured devices will have as it relates to specific slow zones or ability to detect sidewalk riding?
Yes, so the technologies to detect sidewalk riding include vibration sensors, an in-device camera, as well as GPS, so that the device itself knows that it's on a sidewalk. If it's detected on a sidewalk, then it provides a vocal alert instructing the rider that they're on a sidewalk and to move back. In addition to the vocal alerts and in-app notifications, we are able to work with the operator to designate specific slow zones. So if there were a busy shopping area, for example, we could geofence out that area of sidewalk as a slow zone. And what this means is that the device would automatically lower to a speed of 50 kilometers per hour, in addition to the vocal alert advising the rider to move off.
Okay, and helmets, provincial helmet laws apply?
Yes, each device will be equipped with a helmet.
Yep.
That is mounted to the device, and you are not able to end your device until that helmet is locked back onto the device. In addition, there's a helmet selfie technology, so you need to take a photo of yourself wearing the helmet before you can begin your trip.
Okay, thank you. Follow-up question, what's our engagement with TransLink and intention in terms of station integration adjacent to transit stations, or actual discussion with TransLink itself in terms of that transportation ecosystem that you mentioned? I know TransLink has been on record in supporting e-scooters as part of the ecosystem.
Transit has spoken a lot of support about this system, and we have had preliminary discussions and there's definitely a mutual desire to have that transit integration, and that is a core principle of our service area, and what we're trying to achieve is that integration with transit so that we are extending transit trips wherever possible. So we'll be looking to work with them after this contract award, more specifically on station siting and other areas to collaborate.
And will those conversations give consideration to underserved transit areas where the first and last mile might make a difference between somebody taking transit and a scooter versus not taking transit and choosing to drive or something else?
Yes, exactly. That is another principle of the service area and phasing, is to look at underserved areas that are underserved by transit as well as other modes. And that was a key factor in the decision to launch in the neighborhood that's been identified of Hastings Sunrise and Grandview Woodland, in that it is an underserved area. So that is a priority for this system.
Great. I'll leave it there for now. Thank you for all the work.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. Also, like Councillor Kirby-Young, really excited to see this moving forward. I'm sure Vancouverites will be thrilled to have another option for transportation. Couple questions. Do you know how many local jobs will be created as a result of this at Lime and then also at the city? Any sense of that?
I think that's one we'll have to report back on.
Okay, for both Lime and the city?
Yes, I think it'd be better just to give a comprehensive response. We'll report back.
Okay, sure. The docks, do they charge the devices when they're docked in the dock?
They do not. These are not electrified stations. They do have a small amount of electrification just for safety lighting, but they are not electrifying. They're not charging stations. Instead, Lime will service the devices using e-trikes and other e-vehicles and to use a battery swapping system. So essentially, the device will communicate to the system that a battery is low. A Lime staff will go out and collect that battery, swap it out for a new one, and charge the battery back at the HQ.
Okay, and you're saying that fleet of those servicing, what do you call them, e-trikes?
E-trikes.
E-trikes.
Yes, e-trikes and
they're electric
small
too.
e-trucks. They are electric
Okay,
as well.
that's great. I love that. How will the docking stations be decided, the location of them?
We do have some station siting principles. In general, we're looking for the launch to focus on full-time parking on side streets, just to make for a smooth launch. Once we're past and into expansion phases, we'll be able to do more notification and engagement with BIAs and residents to identify locations that could include on-street parking, off-street, but also potential other sites on public and private property.
Okay, great. And then my last question was just more clarity around when it will launch downtown. Is it in time for next summer?
Again, the expansion is based on meeting performance targets rather than having particular timing points. That said, if the system rolls out well and Lime meets all of the performance targets that are set out in the agreement, then we could be looking at the first active stations downtown in winter 2025.
Okay, great. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Joe.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just want to follow up Councillor Meisner's question, but I'm going to ask in a different way. So the city need to hire additional staff to support the implementation?
Yes, the city created 4 additional positions to support scoping this project as well as going through the RFP procurement process. And we would be looking for those same positions to remain to help oversee the system and do ongoing contract management with the operator.
Okay, so I'm not sure if that's the public information. Is the cost for the city available to the public right now?
That is, I'm afraid I can't
Okay.
share that actual information.
Okay, but the overall is cost neutral or, the revenue generation for the city, right?
The system will be revenue generating or revenue neutral.
Okay, thank you. That's all my question.
All right. Thank you, Councillor. Okay. We have speakers for this item, so we will now hear from registered speakers. And our first speaker is on the phone is Nathan Davidovich. Nathan, are you?
I'm not sure if that's the public information. It's the cost for the city.
Hello, Nathan. Are you listening?
I'm afraid I can't share that actual information. Okay, but overall, it's cost neutral
So
or,
maybe,
the revenue generation for the city.
Oh, he's watching this. Okay, so maybe we'll just mute his line for now, and we'll look at the next speaker, Eric Mode. Eric, are you on the line?
Yeah, I'm on the line. Can you hear me?
Yes, please go ahead. You have 3 minutes.
Thank you. Hello, councillors. My name is Eric. I'm the planning manager at Vancouver Bike Share. I've helped run our local bike share, Moby, in a variety of roles for 6 years now, and I rent here in Grandview Woodlands. I have mixed feelings on this item, and I will be speaking in opposition today. Moby is Vancouver's dock bike share. We were started in 2016 with funding support from the City of Vancouver. These funds cover the cost of the initial equipment order. Since the initial funding, we have continued to build the system with the help of a grant from TransLink in 2018, and in 2022, we self-financed our successful e-bike expansion. We also recently expanded Moby westward to UBC with their support. I'm proud of what we've accomplished over the last 8 years. We're now at 250 stations, 2,600 bikes, and see over 1 million rides a year, providing an essential service to residents. 10 to 15% of our ridership comes from our widely recognized equity program that provides low-cost memberships to underserved communities. Initially, when we launched shared micromobility, it comprised only of docked classic bikes. When Moby introduced e-bikes in 2022, we saw significantly increased ridership from demographics that may not typically ride a unpowered classic Moby. Introducing shared scooters to Vancouver will further broaden this access to active transportation. While I'm disappointed that Vancouver Bike Share was not the first choice to deliver this opportunity, I'm very excited to see scooters finally locally here, and I'm very excited to hear that they'll be launched in Grandview Woodlands, so I can give it a shot. Lime is an industry leader and has a great track record for delivering shared scooter systems. My concern is on the potential impact to Moby due to the proposed exclusivity of this contract. We have spoken to many other cities that have introduced scooters, including Montreal, San Francisco, Chicago, and Washington, D.C. All have reported a 30% decrease in ridership revenue when shared scooters launched. Unlike these cities, Moby is not currently supported by public funding. We rely on ridership and sponsorship revenue to cover operating costs. My fear is that the introduction of e-scooters will significantly have a negative impact on our ability to continue to expand and even operate. I'm concerned that the impacts of the introduction of a competing shared scooter provider has not been taken into account in this process. At 5 years, the duration of this contract is significant for a pilot. I would ask Council that the award of this contract does not prevent Moby from offering dock scooters in the future. This model has been successful in Chicago. Dock Bike Share sees the most success as a publicly funded service. As this is not the case with Moby, we need other ways of generating revenue to sustain and grow the system. The ability to offer scooters is one potential revenue stream. Please consider the impacts of this contract award on Moby's future. Thank you for your time.
Thank you for calling in. Okay, we have to just go back to the line, see if we've got Nathan on the line.
Hello?
Hello, Nathan. You've got 3 minutes.
Oh, you hear me now?
Go right ahead.
Hello? Hold on. Hello?
Nathan, please speak.
Hello?
You've got 3 minutes.
Oh, you hear me now? Okay, I don't know what happened earlier.
There you go.
But anyhow, yeah, my name is Nathan Davidovich, and as you heard, this is another example how TransLink has failed us. Now, 4 city staff spending lots of time and money instead of TransLink paying for it all. Why should we do all this work? You know, micromobility is needed in Metro Vancouver. However, having different contracts in every city is a joke. Some have a 1-year or 2-year contract, some have other things, and Vancouver is jumping into a 20-year contract. You know, as you heard from Moby, I presume before me, it doesn't make any sense. Moby's already been here since 2018. Why would we suddenly have another company competing and in some way and just, you know, it just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. You know, like I sent you the July the 3rd, 2024 report from Street Blog USA that analyzed 239 micromobility programs in the U.S. And equity is a very important, and TransLink refuses to change the 1984 first structure developed by BC Transit that's not equitable. And the city council should not pass this back and to staff to approve all the new contract without any details, and council should vote of them on all the detail like it's done everywhere else or in most other cities. We need special fares for equity purposes for seniors, low income, 19 to 64, and students 6 to 18. The Vancouver School Board, of course, was not involved as usual, and you know the various motions of the UBCM in September suggest equity in transit, which we don't have here in a signed contract. So thank you very much, and hopefully you'll send it back to TransLink, you know, to get the thing going region-wide, because we just can't do this kind of a thing. Every city does sign a separate contract and so forth. It just doesn't make any sense whatsoever. Thank you very much. Bye.
Thanks a lot, Nathan. Have a great afternoon. Okay, that concludes our speakers. We've got another potential. Just have to hold that thought for a moment, Councillor. All right, we do have potentially one more speaker, John Tolentino.
Hello.
Hello, John. You've got 3 minutes.
Good afternoon, Council. My name is John Tolentino, pronouns he, him, Vancouver longtime resident. I am mostly in favor of this report and for city staff to enter negotiation with Lime Technology for the shared e-scooter system. To start, I was pleased to read this report and previous reports / motions, everything from the city staff integrating the sustainable procurement process to the big committee composed of the engineering, technology, finance, and supply team to utilize quantitative and qualitative methods to me showcases transparency and diligence, which I appreciate. So the reason why I'm not fully on board is because I found the language contradicting. For example, at the top, recommendation A states that the contract would be cost neutral, yet at the bottom, under financial implications, it says that the program will be revenue neutral or revenue generating. I observed this information on the public space website as well, that it will be revenue neutral, revenue generating. I'd like to encourage City Council and City staff as they enter negotiation to maximize ethical revenue generating means to offset costs wholly on Vancouver residents for this new mode of transportation, as I believe that this pilot program can be a stepping stone towards a truly affordable city. My dream is to one day see a city where Vancouverites have free public transportation, as it is essential. If this current city council is going to proclaim on the website, quote, all ages, all gender, all accessible, unquote, let us genuinely reflect on how we will actually achieve this. Is it really all accessible if there are fair types in pricing? This is still capitalistic in nature. I understand that there is a council-directed equity program component. However, I am perplexed by the statement to provide transportation options, quote, to lower barriers for identified equity-denied communities, unquote. Are we talking about only folks with different SES, socioeconomic status, and seniors? By eliminating this tier model altogether and the city taking responsibility to create a free mode of transportation, this would be remarkable and historical. If not feasible, I draw council's attention to the city of Kelowna and their agreement with Lime. Respectfully yours. Thank you.
Thank you very much for calling in. Okay, now, would somebody, Councillor Kirby-Young, would like to second by Councillor Meisner. Councillor, are there any further discussion? Councillor Kirby-Young. Oops, sorry, lost you there.
It was on, it was off. Thank you. No surprise. I am super excited about this. I consider this to be a gift today on a beautiful sunny day in Vancouver that we actually get to award this contract. For me, it feels like a long time coming. It's been over 2 terms. I think I tried the first motion in 2020. We passed the second one with this council, where 4 years later, it seemed like a long time of 2 years of the due diligence, but I think you can see that all that work that our staff did has really paid off. And when I look at all the pros here, we have the first all-docked shared e-scooter system in North America. We are adding more transportation options for residents in our city. We have the latest technology and a commitment to continuing to support and upgrade that from the operator in things like slow and no ride zone, sidewalk detection, training, and others. We are looking at local hiring and working with local partners. There is a thoughtful phased approach. We are launching unusually on the east side of Vancouver, which you don't often hear. You often hear, why is it always downtown or the west side? It's not. So East Van, here you go. This is your time. It's tapping into the equity program in terms of offering low-cost passes. There's a lot of pricing flexibility in terms of choices for occasional riders or monthly riders when people want, as affordability as a consideration, that ride more often, that can save that way. 96% of the devices are recyclable. That's an 100% equipment landfill diversion. That's pretty exciting. Wearing my zero waste hat from Metro Vancouver. The support fleet is even electric. I think that there is a lot of good to like about this one. It is, I should also say, and this was really important when I brought the motion forward, not just revenue neutral, but I believe will be revenue generating for the city of Vancouver. And I'm looking forward, as the system rolls out and gains traction with a proven operator, to looking at seeing what that revenue looks like. And I think that people are going to love having these choices and these options. I will say, and I would also say, with respect to transit, I have the opportunity to often be at the Mayor's TransLink table on behalf of Mayor Sim. And Transit has been on record as really supporting this. So I think the consideration of looking at underserved transit neighborhoods for people that, if they could close that sort of first last mile, that little gap, we'll start looking at other choices. I think that's really important. I do want to acknowledge the comments from Moby and the speaker there. Was happy that they indicated they had the opportunity to participate in the procurement process. I think that they have done a lot of work in conjunction with city staff in building the bike share service in our city. But I will say, from a model perspective, there was a lot of city taxpayer funds sunk and invested into that one, and it took a bunch of time to recover some of that. And I think that work is still ongoing. So we need systems that are sustainable. I think our job is to enable the use on city streets. Our job is to provide siting. And I think that's what we're doing here. But it was sort of commented that they hoped that there wasn't a lock on just Lime having these systems, but there was a lock on Moby being the only proponent that was allowed to, sorry, hearing chatter, that was allowed to have e-bikes, I will note. And because of Moby having that contractual ability, that's why you just see Lime offering e-scooters and not e-bikes. I'd also like to say that I did a lot of research in looking at bringing this forward over the years, and I appreciate the concerns potentially about ridership, but what I saw in a lot of cities, Portland and others, was that the folks that ride scooters don't always ride e-bikes and always the same customer. And so sometimes you bring in new riders, and then sometimes it's like a rising tide floats all boats, and you tend to see, just like with the patio culture in our city, when you have a sector pulling together, that it tends to lift everybody up. So I'm hopeful that's what we will see here. And I think for folks that are providing services that people want to ride with well-sited locations at good and fair prices with a good service. Hopefully we'll see that that's the case. But I really appreciate all the work. I'm excited to ride the first ones officially when they come out. And hopefully we'll see a lot of response and positive enthusiasm from Vancouverites that will help to expedite that rollout that's anticipated to be phased and to be citywide. Thank you. And thanks staff again for all the work. I know it's been a lot, but it's here. Yay.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Meisner.
Yeah, thanks. But first, thanks to Councillor Kirby-Young for championing this for 4 years. I know it's been a journey, and it's very exciting to see this happening. And I can't wait to take my first ride on one of these scooters in Vancouver. I've taken them in many other cities, and they're just a great way to get around that's efficient and climate friendly and gives people another option besides private vehicle. So I again, I'm really excited to see this happening. And I think this provider is a great choice. I really like the all docked system citywide. I know that's a first for them, but that's going to help alleviate some of the concerns around scooters cluttering sidewalks, et cetera, and that is a real issue in other cities. So it's great to know that that will not be an issue here with the dock system. On the safety piece, happy to see the sidewalk riding detection. I know that's a concern of many residents, myself included. So that will hopefully alleviate that potential issue, as well as the slow and no ride zones and the helmet selfies, which I think is a great idea. I also am happy to see the equity passes and the all-electric support fleet that was mentioned. So I really think that this will be a positive thing for Vancouverites, and again, give them another option for getting around the city. So very excited to see this move forward, and want to thank everyone involved for all of your hard work on it. Thanks.
All right. Thank you very much. Okay. Council, that concludes all the remarks here. So we have a motion on the floor. So perhaps we can just go to a vote. Clerk, please. Okay. That passes unanimously. Thanks very much. Concludes that item. All right. I think that is the last item. So we are now adjourning the standing committee portion of this meeting, and we'll reconvene with council. And I guess we don't have the acting mayor. She's around. Okay. And we'll just have to go and get her, bring her back. Thanks very much. Just a moment, please. Okay, we will now convene in council with Acting Mayor Bly as chair to deal with recommendations and actions from today's committee meeting. Oh, sorry, a moment.
That over to me, Chair. Thank you very much. So we will now convene in council to deal with the following recommendations and actions from today's Standing Committee on Policy and Strategic Priorities meeting. And urgent business, which I don't think there was any urgent business, and one bylaw. Yes, okay, great. So clerk, may we have the roll call, please?
Mayor Sim has a leave of absence for personal reasons today. Councillor Carr. Councillor Kirby-Young. Councillor Dominato. Councillor Bly is the acting mayor and in the chair. Councillor Boyle has a leave of absence for personal reasons today. Councillor Klassen.
Present.
Councillor Fry.
Present.
Councillor Montague, Councillor Meisner, and Councillor Zhou. The meeting has formed.
Great, thank you very much. We need a motion to adopt the standing committee's reports or recommendations for reports 1 through 6. All those in favor, say yay. Any opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously. Council, are there any items of new business or urgent business? Seeing none, we have one bylaw on the agenda for enactment, a bylaw to amend license bylaw number 4450 regarding vacancy control amendments. Would someone like to move a motion to adopt bylaw 1? Thank you. And seconded by Councillor Zhou. And is there any discussion? Seeing none, all those in favor say yay. Any opposed, say nay. The motion carries unanimously, and the list of approved bylaws can be found on the city's website. Would someone like to move a motion to adjourn the meeting? There's a lot of seconders there. All those in favor say yay. All those opposed say nay. None. The motion carries unanimously. The meeting is adjourned.